The body of Alexander the Great vanished into legend.
No emperor in history conquered so much, so quickly, or left behind a mystery so enduring.
He crossed deserts that destroyed armies, shattered empires thought eternal, and built a realm stretching from Greece to India before the age of 33. Yet despite becoming one of the most famous rulers the world has ever known, the location of his tomb, and perhaps even his coffin, remains unknown. For centuries, emperors, scholars, conquerors, grave robbers, and explorers searched for it. Some believed the coffin was made of solid gold. Others claimed it was stolen, melted down, hidden beneath ancient streets, or lost forever beneath earthquakes and war. Roman emperors traveled across continents just to stand before it. Ancient visitors described a crystal-like sarcophagus glowing in torchlight. Entire dynasties used Alexander's corpse as a political weapon. Wars were fought over who would control the dead king. But this is not merely the story of a tomb. It is the story of how one coffin became a symbol powerful enough to legitimize empires, inspire invasions, shape religions, transform cities, and haunt history for over 2,000 years. Because Alexander's coffin was never just a burial object. It became a throne for the dead. A relic of divine kingship. A treasure desired by rulers from Egypt to Rome. And perhaps the single most influential missing artifact in human civilization. Tonight, we follow the astonishing journey of Alexander's body, from Babylon to Egypt, from triumph to disappearance, and uncover why this mysterious coffin altered empires forever.
Babylon, 323 BC. The city stood at the center of the known world.
Its colossal walls stretched across the horizon like mountains built by human hands. Bronze gates shimmered beneath the harsh Mesopotamian sun. Vast processional roads cut through crowded districts filled with merchants, soldiers, priests, and travelers from every corner of the earth. Babylon was more than a city. It was a symbol of empire itself. Canals carried water from the Euphrates River through fertile farmland surrounding the metropolis. Markets overflowed with goods brought from distant lands: Persian carpets, Indian spices, Arabian incense, Egyptian papyrus, Greek wine, ivory, gold, and silk. Temples rose toward the sky beside towering palaces decorated with glazed blue tiles and images of ancient gods. For centuries, Babylon had been the jewel of kings. Now it belonged to one man, Alexander III of Macedon. Alexander the Great. At just 32 years old, he ruled the largest empire the world had yet seen.
From the mountains of Greece to the deserts of Egypt, from the forests of Anatolia to the edges of India, his banners had swept across continents with astonishing speed.
Entire civilizations had collapsed before him. The mighty Persian Empire, once thought invincible, had shattered beneath his campaigns. Legendary cities such as Tyre, Memphis, Susa, Persepolis, and Babylon itself had fallen into his hands. Kings bowed before him. Armies numbering in the tens of thousands broke apart under his tactics. To many of his followers, Alexander no longer seemed entirely human. He fought on the front lines beside ordinary soldiers. He survived wounds that should have killed him. He crossed deserts that destroyed entire armies. He marched farther than any Greek ruler in history. Stories spread wherever he traveled. Some believed he was protected by the gods. Others believed he was a god. In Egypt, priests declared him the son of Zeus Ammon. In conquered Persian territories, he adopted royal customs that elevated him beyond ordinary kingship. His image appeared on coins and monuments across the known world. To millions of people, Alexander represented destiny itself. And now, inside the palace of Nebuchadnezzar in Babylon, the conqueror was dying.
The change came suddenly. After years of relentless campaigning, Alexander had returned to Babylon to plan even greater conquests. Arabia may have been next. Some believed he dreamed of expanding westward toward Carthage or beyond.
Even after conquering so much, his ambition showed no sign of ending. But in June of 323 BC, something went terribly wrong. Ancient historians describe a banquet filled with heavy drinking and celebration. Soon afterward, Alexander developed a violent fever. At first, few around him panicked.
Soldiers and commanders had seen their king survive wounds, exhaustion, disease, and impossible hardship before.
Alexander always recovered, but this time was different. The fever worsened. Day after day, his strength faded. Pain spread through his body. Some accounts describe unbearable agony. Others speak of weakness so severe he could barely rise from bed. Eventually, the king, who had commanded armies across continents, lost the ability to walk. Then he began losing his voice. Inside the palace, tension thickened like smoke. His generals gathered anxiously around him, men who had marched with Alexander for years through blood-soaked battlefields and burning cities. Hardened veterans who feared almost nothing now whispered nervously in dark corridors. Because they understood the danger. Alexander's empire depended almost entirely upon Alexander himself. There was no clear successor. No stable political system. No adult heir prepared to rule. Without Alexander, the empire could collapse into chaos. Outside the palace, rumors spread rapidly through Babylon's streets. Some claimed the king had been cursed by the gods. Others whispered of poison. The atmosphere became suffocating with uncertainty. Ancient writers later proposed countless explanations for his death. Malaria, typhoid fever, infection from old battle wounds,
Alcohol-related illness, exhaustion after years of non-stop warfare.
and of course, assassination. The poisoning theory became especially famous in later centuries. Alexander had made powerful enemies. His growing adoption of Persian customs angered many Macedonians. Political rivalries simmered constantly within his inner circle. But no definitive evidence survives. The truth disappeared into history. As the days passed, Alexander's condition continued deteriorating. His soldiers became desperate to see him one last time. According to ancient accounts, thousands of troops filed silently past his chamber. These were men who had followed him across deserts and mountains, men who had watched him lead cavalry charges directly into enemy lines. Many had spent over a decade fighting beside him. Now they looked upon their king lying weak and nearly speechless. Some historians describe Alexander lifting his hand faintly in acknowledgement as soldiers passed by. A final gesture from the conqueror of the world. Then came the question everyone feared. Who would inherit the empire? Alexander's commanders gathered near his bedside waiting for an answer. The future of the known world depended upon his final words. According to legend, when asked who should succeed him, Alexander whispered, "To the strongest." Whether he truly spoke those words remains uncertain. Ancient sources conflict,
and some historians believe the phrase may have been invented later to explain the chaos that followed.
But regardless of whether he said it, the statement proved terrifyingly accurate.
Because the moment Alexander died, the unity of his empire began dying with him. On June 10th or 11th, 323 BC, Alexander the Great was declared dead.
The reaction was immediate. Shock swept through Babylon.
Soldiers reportedly wept openly.
Some refused to believe the news. Others descended into panic. For years, Alexander had seemed unstoppable, almost immortal. Now, even he had fallen. Yet amid the grief, another realization emerged rapidly among his generals. Alexander's body itself possessed enormous political power. In the ancient world, royal corpses were far more than human remains. They symbolized legitimacy, continuity, and divine authority. Tombs of kings became sacred political monuments. Funeral rituals reinforced dynastic claims. And Alexander was no ordinary ruler. He had blurred the line between man and God throughout his reign. Whoever controlled his body could potentially claim inheritance over his empire. Everyone understood this immediately. His corpse became the most valuable object in the ancient world. Within days, tension among Alexander's commanders intensified. Alliances formed and shattered almost instantly. Men who had once fought side by side now viewed one another as rivals. These generals would later become known as the Diadochi, the successors. Ptolemy, Seleucus, Perdiccas, Antigonus, Lysimachus, Cassander. Each dreamed of power. Each understood the empire was breaking apart. And each knew Alexander's body could legitimize a claim to rule. The conqueror who had united the known world in life would divide it in death. Soon, decades of brutal warfare would erupt across his former empire. Cities would burn, armies would clash endlessly. Former companions would betray and murder one another in pursuit of supremacy. But before those wars truly began, one final struggle would emerge. A struggle not over land, not over gold, not even over armies. A struggle over a coffin, because somewhere inside the palace of Babylon, embalmers were preparing the body of Alexander the Great. And the fate of empires would follow wherever that body went. Alexander died far from his homeland. The king who had crossed deserts, mountains, and oceans. The conqueror who had shattered empires and marched farther east than any Macedonian before him, now lay motionless inside the palace at Babylon. Outside, the enormous city continued to breathe with life. Markets crowded with merchants, temple fires burning beneath the Mesopotamian sky, soldiers whispering nervously in palace corridors. But within the royal chambers, the world had changed forever. Alexander the Great was dead. Yet for his followers, the reality remained almost impossible to accept. For more than a decade, Alexander had appeared unstoppable. He had survived brutal wounds in battle, deadly marches through wastelands, assassination plots, and endless warfare. Many believed the gods themselves protected him. Some even believed he had become divine. Now his body rested in silence while his generals struggled to comprehend a future without him. But almost immediately, another question emerged alongside grief. What would happen to the body of Alexander? In the ancient world, burial was never simply about mourning the dead. Royal funerals carried enormous political meaning. Tombs became symbols of dynastic legitimacy. graves transformed into sacred centers of power. And Alexander was not merely a king. He was the ruler of the greatest empire on earth, a conqueror worshipped across continents, a man whose image had already entered legend before his death. His funeral would need to reflect that greatness. Macedonian tradition normally required kings to be buried among their royal ancestors in Agai, the ancient burial place of Macedonian rulers. There, generations of kings rested beneath elaborate tombs filled with treasures, weapons, and ceremonial armor. By tradition, Alexander should have returned home. But nothing about Alexander's life had followed ordinary tradition. His empire stretched from Greece to Egypt, from Persia to the borders of India. He had absorbed customs from many civilizations and deliberately presented himself as more than a simple Macedonian monarch. In Egypt, priests had declared him the son of Zeus Ammon. In Persia, he adopted royal ceremonies associated with divine kingship. Across the known world, people viewed him with a mixture of fear, awe, and reverence. His death demanded something unprecedented. Ancient accounts claim embalmers worked for days preparing the body. Historians continued debating exactly how the preservation was accomplished, but several sources suggest Egyptian embalming methods may have been used. This possibility is significant. Egyptian mummification represented one of the most advanced preservation traditions in the ancient world. For centuries, Egyptian priests had mastered techniques designed to preserve the dead for eternity. Alexander himself deeply admired Egyptian culture, and after his visit to the Oracle of Siwa, his connection to Egypt became central to his image. If Egyptian embalmers truly prepared his body, the symbolism would have been extraordinary. The conqueror who united civilizations in life was now preserved through the sacred traditions of one of humanity's oldest kingdoms. Ancient writers later reported something remarkable. Alexander's body allegedly remained intact for long periods without visible decay. To many observers, this seemed miraculous. Rumors spread rapidly. Some interpreted the preservation as evidence of divine favor. Others believed it proved Alexander had transcended ordinary mortality. In an age where religion, kingship, and myth blended together seamlessly, such stories carried enormous power. The dead king's body became more than human remains. It became a sacred relic. Then came the coffin. Ancient historian Diodorus Siculus describes an extraordinary funerary construction, unlike anything the ancient world had ever seen. Alexander's body may initially have been placed inside a magnificent anthropoid coffin made of gold and shaped like the human form. The coffin reportedly glittered with elaborate decoration, royal symbols, and luxurious craftsmanship. Gold carried deep symbolic importance throughout the ancient world. It represented eternity, divine radiance, immortality, and celestial power. To place Alexander inside a golden coffin elevated him beyond ordinary kingship. The conqueror was being transformed into something timeless. According to some descriptions, aromatic spices and perfumes surrounded the body. Rare incense filled the chamber. Precious fabrics draped the coffin. The atmosphere must have resembled a sacred ritual more than a funeral. But even the coffin itself was only one part of a much larger spectacle. What truly astonished ancient observers was the massive funeral carriage designed to transport Alexander's remains. This was not merely a wagon carrying a corpse. It was a moving monument to empire. Ancient descriptions portray a structure of staggering grandeur. The carriage reportedly resembled a miniature temple mounted upon wheels.
Golden columns supported an ornate roof decorated with celestial imagery. Sculptures covered its exterior. Carvings depicted Alexander's military victories across Asia. Images of cavalry charges, conquered kingdoms, and divine symbols transformed the carriage into a rolling celebration of conquest itself. Golden bells hung from the structure and rang as it moved, creating an almost supernatural sound echoing across the roads. Precious metals and jewels reflected sunlight in dazzling brilliance. Some accounts described painted scenes of Alexander's campaigns stretching across the sides of the monument. Every detail communicated a single message. Though Alexander was dead, his glory remained immortal. The engineering behind the carriage was equally extraordinary. The structure was reportedly enormous, requiring vast teams of animals to pull it across the empire. Roads needed reconstruction before the procession could even begin its journey. Bridges were reinforced. Routes were carefully prepared. Entire regions witnessed massive logistical efforts simply to move the dead king. The funeral procession became one final demonstration of Alexander's power. Cities gathered to watch it pass. Soldiers marched beside the monument in ceremonial formation. Crowds stood in silence as the golden structure moved slowly across the landscape. Even in death, Alexander commanded the attention of nations. Yet beneath the beauty and grandeur of the ceremony lay growing political danger. A deadly question haunted every discussion surrounding the funeral. Where would Alexander be buried? Some insisted his body must return to Macedonia according to royal tradition. Others believed he should rest at Siwa in Egypt, where the oracle had proclaimed his divine connection to Zeus Ammon. The debate was far more than religious. It was political. Whoever buried Alexander could claim symbolic inheritance over his empire. Control of the body meant control of the conqueror's memory. And in the unstable days following Alexander's death, memory itself had become a weapon. His generals understood this clearly.
Alliances shifted constantly inside the fractured leadership of the empire.
Suspicion spread among former companions. Men who had once fought side by side now calculated opportunities for power. Among them stood one of Alexander's most intelligent and patient commanders. Ptolemy. A trusted companion of Alexander for years, Ptolemy possessed a calm and calculating mind. Unlike some generals who dreamed of ruling the entire empire through immediate warfare, Ptolemy thought strategically. He understood something the others had not yet fully realized. No single man could truly replace Alexander. The empire was too vast, too unstable, too dependent upon the personality of the dead king himself. But legitimacy could still be controlled. And legitimacy flowed from Alexander. Ptolemy recognized that whoever possessed Alexander's body possessed enormous symbolic authority. If he could bring the conqueror's remains to Egypt, he could transform his territory into the sacred center of Alexander's legacy. Egypt would no longer be merely one province among many. It would become the kingdom that guarded the body of the greatest conqueror in history. This realization changed everything. As the magnificent funeral procession prepared to leave Babylon, Ptolemy began planning one of the boldest political moves of the ancient world. He would seize Alexander's body for himself. Not simply out of greed, not merely for treasure, but because he understood the truth hidden beneath the gold, incense, and ceremony. Alexander's corpse was the most valuable political object on earth. And whoever controlled it could reshape empires forever. The funeral procession moved slowly across the ancient Near East. Day after day, the enormous carriage carrying Alexander's body advanced across dusty roads beneath the burning sun. Soldiers marched alongside the towering monument in disciplined formation, while engineers worked ahead to repair damaged routes and strengthen bridges. Crowds gathered in every city and settlement to witness the spectacle. Many had never seen anything so magnificent in their lives. The carriage glittered with gold and precious decorations. Bells chimed softly as the wheels rolled forward. Incense drifted through the air. The dead conqueror traveled through lands he himself had conquered only years earlier. Even in death, Alexander commanded awe. For ordinary people watching the procession pass, it must have felt less like a funeral and more like the movement of a god across the earth. Stories spread rapidly ahead of the caravan. Farmers abandoned fields to glimpse the monument. Merchants crowded roadsides. Veterans of Alexander's campaigns stood silently as the body of their king moved past them for the final time. Some wept openly. Others stared in disbelief at the realization that the man who had reshaped the known world now lay lifeless within a golden coffin. Yet beneath the grandeur and ceremony, tension simmered constantly among Alexander's successors. The empire he created was already beginning to fracture. Alliances shifted behind closed doors. Ambitious generals calculated opportunities for power while publicly honoring the dead king. Every mile traveled by the funeral procession carried enormous political significance. Because wherever Alexander's body ultimately rested could become the symbolic heart of the empire itself. Officially, the procession was intended to continue toward Macedonia. According to royal tradition, Alexander should be buried among his ancestors. But many suspected the journey would not end there. The dead king's body had become the most valuable political object in the ancient world, and powerful men were already preparing to fight over it. Among those men, none understood the stakes better than Ptolemy. Calm, intelligent, and extraordinarily patient, Ptolemy had spent years beside Alexander during the great campaigns across Asia. He knew the conqueror personally. He understood both the loyalty Alexander inspired and the mythology already forming around his memory. Unlike some successors who dreamed recklessly of ruling the entire empire through military conquest, Ptolemy focused on something more realistic and ultimately more durable: legitimacy. He understood that no one could truly replace Alexander. But someone could inherit his symbolic power. And that power rested within the coffin, moving slowly across the Near East. Somewhere in Syria, the inevitable confrontation arrived. The exact details remain uncertain because ancient historians provide conflicting accounts. Some suggest Ptolemy negotiated peacefully with those escorting the body. Others imply a direct military interception. A few later traditions portray the moment almost like a royal ambush carried out with calculated precision. Whatever truly happened, the result changed history forever. Ptolemy seized possession of Alexander's body and redirected the funeral procession toward Egypt. In that moment, the political future of the ancient Mediterranean shifted dramatically. This was far more than theft. It was a declaration to the world. By taking Alexander's remains, Ptolemy effectively announced himself as guardian of the conqueror's legacy. He understood something revolutionary. In the ancient world, political authority depended not only upon armies and territory, but also upon symbols. And no symbol carried greater power than Alexander himself. The dead king became the foundation of a new empire. Egypt, already wealthy and strategically important, suddenly gained something even more valuable: direct association with the greatest conqueror in history. Ptolemy transformed himself from merely another ambitious general into the protector of Alexander's memory. This gave his rule a legitimacy the others struggled to match. The reaction among Alexander's successors was immediate and furious. None were more alarmed than Perdiccas, the powerful regent attempting to preserve unity within the empire. Perdiccas recognized the danger instantly. If Ptolemy successfully established control over Alexander's body, Egypt could become the spiritual and political center of the post-Alexander world. Control of the corpse meant influence over how future generations would remember the conqueror. And whoever controlled memory could shape legitimacy itself. Perdiccas decided he could not allow this to happen. Determined to reassert authority, he launched a military campaign against Egypt. His objective was not merely territorial conquest. He intended to reclaim Alexander's body and restore control over the empire's most sacred political symbol. At first, the campaign appeared formidable. Perdiccas commanded large forces and still possessed official authority as regent. But Egypt proved difficult terrain for invasion. The Nile River created enormous logistical challenges, and Ptolemy prepared his defenses carefully. Then, disaster struck. Attempting to cross the Nile became catastrophic for Perdiccas's army. Ancient accounts describe confusion, chaos, and drowning soldiers swept away by powerful currents. The crossing collapsed into nightmare. Morale shattered rapidly as frustration and fear spread throughout the ranks. Soldiers began questioning Perdiccas's leadership. Many already resented the endless political struggles consuming Alexander's former commanders. Now they faced disaster in hostile territory while fighting against fellow Macedonians rather than foreign enemies. The situation deteriorated quickly. Eventually, Perdiccas's own officers turned against him. In one of the defining betrayals of the successor wars, he was assassinated by members of his inner circle. The man who attempted to preserve unity within Alexander's empire died at the hands of his own commanders. His campaign against Egypt collapsed completely. Ptolemy survived. More importantly, Ptolemy emerged stronger than ever. By successfully defending Egypt and retaining possession of Alexander's body, he secured immense prestige. His kingdom suddenly appeared stable, wealthy, and symbolically powerful, while rival successors descended into endless conflict. In many ways, the struggle over Alexander's coffin marked the true beginning of the Hellenistic Age. Whatever hope existed for preserving Alexander's unified empire effectively died alongside Perdiccas. From that point forward, fragmentation became inevitable. The empire shattered into competing kingdoms ruled by former generals and their descendants. The Seleucid dynasty eventually controlled vast territories across Asia and Mesopotamia. The Antigonids dominated Macedonia and parts of Greece. Smaller kingdoms rose and fell amid constant warfare and shifting alliances. But in Egypt, the Ptolemies established one of the most durable and influential successor states of all. And at the center of that kingdom stood the body of Alexander the Great. Ptolemy understood the immense symbolic value of what he possessed. Alexander's corpse was no longer simply the remains of a dead king. It had become sacred political capital. Pilgrims, soldiers, scholars, and rulers would all associate Egypt with Alexander's memory. The dead conqueror legitimized the new dynasty simply through his presence. Eventually, Ptolemy transferred the body to Alexandria, the magnificent city Alexander himself had founded on the Mediterranean coast.
Alexandria was rapidly growing into one of the greatest cities in the world, a center of trade, culture, learning, and political power.
Wide avenues crossed the city in geometric precision.
Harbors filled with ships from across the known world.
Temples, palaces, and markets transformed the coastline into a dazzling imperial capital.
And now it would become something even greater.
The resting place of Alexander the Great. There, within a tomb unlike any other in the ancient world, the conqueror would continue shaping history long after death. Roman emperors would later travel enormous distances just to stand before his coffin.
Dynasties would build legitimacy through association with his memory. Myths would spread across continents about the preserved body of the king who conquered the world. But all of it began with one extraordinary act in Syria. One ambitious general intercepting a funeral procession.
One stolen coffin altering the course of empires forever.
Alexandria was designed to become the jewel of the Mediterranean. Founded by Alexander in 331 BC along the northern coast of Egypt, the city rose from the edge of the sea as a symbol of ambition unlike anything the ancient world had ever seen.
Alexander himself chose the location carefully. Positioned between east and west, connected to trade routes stretching across Africa, Asia, and Europe, Alexandria was meant to become more than a city.
It was meant to become the center of a new world.
After Alexander's death, that vision only grew larger under the rule of the Ptolemies.
Wide streets crossed the city in geometric precision.
Massive harbors filled with ships carrying grain, spices, ivory, wine, silk, papyrus, and precious metals from distant lands. Merchants speaking dozens of languages crowded the markets. Greek philosophers debated in public squares, while Egyptian priests conducted ancient rituals within towering temples. Alexandria blended Greek ambition with Egyptian grandeur in ways no other city could match.
It became one of the richest and most cosmopolitan places on Earth. Rising above the coastline stood one of the wonders of the ancient world, the famous Lighthouse of Alexandria.
Towering over the harbor, its spires guided ships safely through the darkness and announced the city's greatness to travelers approaching from the sea. Some ancient accounts claimed the light could be seen from astonishing distances. To many visitors, the lighthouse symbolized civilization itself. But even greater than the lighthouse, greater than the palaces and libraries and bustling ports, there stood something far more important at the heart of the city.
The tomb of Alexander the Great. Known later as the Soma or Sema, the mausoleum became one of antiquity's most famous landmarks. Pilgrims, rulers, generals, scholars, diplomats, and conquerors traveled enormous distances simply to stand before it.
The tomb transformed Alexandria into sacred ground.
This was no ordinary burial site hidden quietly beneath stone. It functioned almost like a political shrine. Within its walls rested the preserved body of the man who had conquered the known world before the age of 33. The conqueror who shattered Persia. The king worshipped as divine in Egypt. The founder of the very city surrounding the tomb itself. The Ptolemaic dynasty understood immediately how powerful this connection could become. Ptolemy and his descendants carefully tied their rule to Alexander's memory at every opportunity. They presented themselves not merely as rulers of Egypt, but as heirs to Alexander's vision. Their legitimacy depended heavily upon maintaining close association with the legendary conqueror. The tomb became central to royal identity. Ceremonies likely revolved around it.
Foreign visitors were brought to witness it. The dead king silently reinforced the authority of every Ptolemaic ruler who followed. Alexander's body became the foundation beneath an empire. And so the coffin itself gained extraordinary importance. Ancient sources provide fascinating but sometimes conflicting descriptions of what visitors saw inside the tomb. Some early accounts describe a magnificent golden sarcophagus crafted with immense luxury and royal symbolism. Gold represented immortality and divine radiance throughout the ancient world, making it a fitting container for a conqueror many viewed as more than human. Other later descriptions mention transparent materials, possibly glass, crystal, or alabaster-like stone. Historians continue debating whether Alexander's original golden coffin remained intact through the centuries, or whether it was eventually replaced. One famous account claims that during financial crisis and military instability, Ptolemy IX melted down the original golden sarcophagus to fund war expenses and replaced it with a transparent container. If true, the story reveals something astonishing about the political realities of empire. Even the burial treasures of Alexander the Great could become instruments of survival and power. The dead conqueror continued financing kingdoms centuries after his death. Yet regardless of whether the coffin was gold, glass, crystal, or alabaster, the symbolic force surrounding it remained overwhelming. Visitors described seeing Alexander's preserved body displayed within the tomb itself. According to several ancient writers, his features remained remarkably recognizable even centuries after death. The image must have been unforgettable. Torchlight reflecting across polished surfaces. Incense drifting through ceremonial chambers. Priests and guards standing silently nearby. And at the center, the body of the conqueror resting in eternal splendor beneath layers of royal decoration. To ancient visitors, it likely felt less like viewing a corpse and more like standing before history itself. Alexander appeared suspended between life and death, humanity and legend. Some may have believed he merely slept. The tomb quickly became one of the wonders of the ancient world, not only because of its beauty, but because of the emotional impact it created. Visitors came face to face with the physical remains of the man who altered civilization. They looked upon the features of the king whose armies crossed deserts, mountains, and rivers in pursuit of conquest. The conqueror remained present long after his empire fractured apart. And this presence carried enormous political power. Rulers understood that association with Alexander could strengthen their own authority. To visit the tomb was to connect oneself symbolically with greatness. To protect the tomb was to inherit part of Alexander's glory. Alexandria itself benefited immensely from this connection. The city became more than a center of trade and learning. It became the resting place of the world's most legendary conqueror. Scholars studying philosophy and astronomy walked streets overshadowed by Alexander's memory. Merchants arriving from distant kingdoms entered a city built around imperial mythology. Every aspect of Alexandria reinforced the idea that it stood at the center of history. The Ptolemies encouraged this carefully. Temples honored both Greek and Egyptian traditions. Art and architecture celebrated royal continuity with Alexander's reign. Coins, statues, and ceremonies linked the dynasty to the dead conqueror constantly. In many ways, Alexander remained the true ruler of Egypt long after his death. The living kings merely governed in his shadow. But as centuries passed, a new power began rising across the Mediterranean. Rome, At first, Rome was simply another expanding republic growing stronger through warfare and conquest. But Roman leaders quickly became fascinated by Alexander the Great. To ambitious Roman generals, Alexander represented the ultimate example of military genius and imperial ambition. Many compared themselves to him obsessively. Julius Caesar reportedly wept before a statue of Alexander because he believed he had accomplished so little by comparison at the same age. Pompey admired him. Mark Antony embraced grand imagery associated with Hellenistic kingship. Across the Roman world, Alexander became the benchmark of conquest itself. And eventually, Rome turned its attention toward Egypt. As Roman influence expanded eastward, Alexandria's importance only increased. The city's wealth, strategic location, intellectual prestige, and symbolic connection to Alexander made it one of the most valuable places in the Mediterranean world. Roman rulers and generals arriving in Alexandria often sought one thing above all else: the tomb of Alexander the Great. They wanted to stand before the coffin, to see the Conqueror with their own eyes, to feel connected to the legend that had haunted rulers for centuries. The dead king continued shaping empires from within his tomb. And soon, Alexander's coffin would influence yet another civilization powerful enough to dominate the ancient world. Long before Rome ruled the Mediterranean, Roman leaders admired Alexander obsessively. To ambitious politicians and generals rising within the Roman Republic, Alexander the Great represented the ultimate model of conquest, glory, and immortality. He was the young warrior king who achieved eternal fame through military genius before the age of 33. Roman commanders studied his campaigns carefully. Philosophers debated his achievements. Artists recreated his image in statues and mosaics. Across the Roman world, Alexander became something larger than history. He became the standard against which greatness itself was measured. Rome respected power above almost all else, and few figures embodied power more completely than the conqueror of the Persian Empire. Even centuries after his death, Alexander haunted the imagination of Roman rulers. Some admired him openly, others envied him, many desperately wanted to become him. Among the most famous stories is the account of Julius Caesar standing before a statue of Alexander while serving in Spain. According to ancient writers, Caesar suddenly burst into tears. His companions reportedly asked what troubled him, and Caesar answered with frustration and despair. At the same age, Alexander had already conquered much of the known world, while Caesar believed he himself had accomplished nothing worthy of remembrance. Whether the story is entirely true or partly legendary hardly matters. It reveals how deeply Alexander's image affected Roman ambition. To Roman leaders, Alexander represented limitless possibility. He had achieved in a few years what others could not accomplish in lifetimes. He shattered kingdoms, crossed continents, and transformed history before reaching middle age. Roman generals spent generations chasing the shadow he left behind. Pompey the Great consciously adopted imagery associated with Alexander. He styled aspects of his appearance after the Macedonian conqueror and encouraged comparisons between their military careers. Roman audiences understood the symbolism immediately. To associate oneself with Alexander was to claim extraordinary destiny. Marcus Antonius, known today as Mark Antony, also embraced Alexander's legacy. Antony admired the theatrical grandeur surrounding Hellenistic kingship and associated himself with Dionysian imagery reminiscent of Alexander's eastern campaigns. His alliance and romance with Cleopatra in Egypt only strengthened those comparisons. Antony envisioned himself not merely as a Roman statesman, but as a ruler of immense Eastern Empire in the tradition of Alexander himself. Yet among all Roman rulers, none would transform Alexander's legacy more dramatically than Augustus. By the late 1st century BC, Rome had become the dominant power of the Mediterranean world. Civil wars shattered the old Roman Republic, and one man emerged victorious above all rivals, Octavian, later known as Augustus. After defeating Antony and Cleopatra, Augustus annexed Egypt into the Roman Empire. The ancient kingdom of the Ptolemies, the dynasty built upon possession of Alexander's body, finally fell beneath Roman control. With Egypt conquered, Augustus entered Alexandria, the legendary city founded by Alexander centuries earlier. And there, like countless rulers before him, he sought out the tomb. Ancient writers describe the scene vividly. The first Roman emperor stood before the preserved body of Alexander the Great, the conqueror whose shadow had stretched across centuries of imperial ambition. The moment carried enormous symbolism. Rome now ruled the Mediterranean. Egypt had fallen. The Hellenistic world created by Alexander had effectively passed into Roman hands. Yet even Augustus understood that Alexander remained singular. According to tradition, Augustus approached the body with deep reverence. He reportedly placed flowers upon Alexander's remains and crowned the dead conqueror with gold. For a brief moment, the ruler of the Roman world honored the ruler who had once conquered the East. Then came one of the most famous exchanges in ancient history. After visiting Alexander's tomb, attendants supposedly asked Augustus whether he also wished to see the burial places of the Ptolemaic rulers. Augustus answered coldly and without hesitation, "I came to see a king, not corpses." The meaning was unmistakable. Alexander alone mattered. The Ptolemies had ruled Egypt for centuries, yet even in death they were insignificant beside the conqueror whose body rested in Alexandria. Augustus's words reveal the extraordinary status Alexander had achieved in the ancient imagination. He transcended ordinary kingship. Even Roman emperors measured themselves against him. By this point, Alexander's coffin had become something astonishing, a bridge between empires. Macedonian, Egyptian, and Roman history all converged around the tomb. Dynasties rose and fell while the dead conqueror remained at the center of political symbolism. Roman rulers repeatedly sought legitimacy through association with Alexander. Some traveled personally to Alexandria to stand before the coffin. Others adopted visual imagery connected to him. Still others attempted to imitate his military achievements through conquest and expansion. Alexander became both inspiration and obsession. The Roman Emperor Caligula supposedly took this fascination to bizarre extremes. Ancient accounts claim he stole Alexander's breastplate from the tomb and wore it himself. Whether exaggerated or not, the story reflects how Roman rulers viewed objects associated with Alexander almost like sacred relics. Possessing something connected to the conqueror carried immense symbolic power. But perhaps no Roman emperor became more consumed by Alexander than Caracalla. By the early 3rd century AD, Caracalla's admiration had transformed into near fanatical obsession. Ancient historians describe the emperor modeling himself obsessively after Alexander in appearance, military organization, and public behavior. He reportedly trained troops in Macedonian style, armed soldiers with equipment resembling Alexander's army, and honored the conqueror as a divine hero. Some accounts suggest Caracalla visited Alexandria specifically to pay homage at Alexander's tomb. His fascination became so extreme that contemporaries considered it disturbing. Yet even this reveals Alexander's enduring influence. More than 500 years after his death, emperors ruling the greatest empire in the Mediterranean still longed to connect themselves to the conqueror resting in Alexandria. By this stage, Alexander's coffin no longer belonged merely to Macedonian or Egyptian history. It belonged to world history itself. The tomb became one of antiquity's most famous landmarks. Travelers crossed enormous distances to see it. Philosophers reflected upon it. Politicians exploited its symbolism. Artists recreated its imagery. The preserved body of Alexander functioned almost like a permanent political presence within the ancient world. The conqueror continued shaping events centuries after death. Yet something strange began happening as history moved deeper into late antiquity. The clearer and more detailed earlier descriptions of the tomb slowly faded into uncertainty. Ancient records became fragmented. References grew increasingly vague. Historians disagreed about the exact appearance and location of the mausoleum. Political upheaval, earthquakes, religious transformation, riots, and urban destruction repeatedly struck Alexandria over the centuries. The once glorious city changed dramatically under Roman and later Byzantine rule. Entire districts vanished beneath rebuilding and disaster. And gradually, the tomb itself seemed to disappear into shadow. Some late sources still mentioned Alexander's resting place, but certainty diminished steadily. By the 4th and 5th centuries AD, descriptions became rare and confusing. The most famous tomb in the ancient world was slipping away from history. No single moment marks its disappearance. There was no dramatic announcement that Alexander's coffin had been lost forever. Instead, the process unfolded slowly, almost invisibly, beneath centuries of chaos and transformation. Wars reshaped the city. Earthquakes damaged monuments. Religious conflict altered attitudes toward pagan shrines. Streets changed. Buildings collapsed. Empires rose and fell. And somewhere amid all that destruction and change, the resting place of Alexander the Great vanished. The conqueror who once ruled the known world disappeared into mystery. No one could say with certainty where the coffin remained. Some believed it had been destroyed. Others insisted it still rested beneath Alexandria, hidden under layers of earth and stone. Legends multiplied rapidly. Stories spread of secret chambers, lost catacombs, hidden relics, and forgotten tombs beneath the ancient city. And because the coffin vanished, its legend only grew stronger. Alexander no longer existed merely as a historical figure. He became myth, a conqueror suspended between history and legend. A dead king whose missing tomb would haunt humanity for the next 2,000 years. How does one of the most famous tombs in human history disappear? How can the resting place of the most celebrated conqueror of the ancient world simply vanish beneath the weight of time? The question has haunted historians, archaeologists, rulers, and explorers for centuries. Alexander the Great reshaped civilization itself. His armies transformed continents. His name became legendary from Greece to India. Yet the location of his tomb, and perhaps even the fate of his coffin, remains one of history's greatest unsolved mysteries. The disappearance feels almost impossible. Ancient visitors described the tomb openly. Roman emperors traveled enormous distances to stand before it. Philosophers, generals, diplomats, and pilgrims all knew where Alexander rested. For centuries, the mausoleum stood at the center of Alexandria as one of the most famous landmarks in the world. And then, slowly, certainty dissolved into legend. Alexandria itself suffered repeated catastrophes across late antiquity. Once among the wealthiest and most magnificent cities on Earth, it gradually endured centuries of upheaval and destruction. Earthquakes repeatedly damaged major structures throughout the city. Some tremors devastated entire districts near the coast. Ancient harbors collapsed into the sea. Buildings cracked apart. Temples and palaces fell into ruin. The famous Lighthouse of Alexandria, once among humanity's greatest architectural achievements, suffered repeated damage before eventually disappearing entirely. The city Alexander founded was changing beyond recognition. Political instability deepened the chaos. The Roman Empire endured internal struggles, invasions, economic crises, and civil wars. Alexandria itself became a volatile and often violent city filled with ethnic tension, religious conflict, and political unrest. Riots erupted frequently. Fires spread through crowded districts. Mobs destroyed monuments associated with rival factions. The city that once celebrated the memory of Alexander became increasingly fractured by competing identities and beliefs. Then came one of the greatest transformations of all, religion. As Christianity spread across the Roman world, attitudes toward ancient pagan monuments shifted dramatically. Temples once devoted to Greek and Egyptian gods lost their sacred status. Some were abandoned. Others were dismantled deliberately. Statues were destroyed or repurposed. Shrines associated with earlier religious traditions no longer commanded universal reverence. Alexander's tomb existed within this changing world. Though Alexander himself continued inspiring admiration, the sacred aura surrounding pagan royal monuments weakened over time. Historians debate exactly how this affected the tomb. Some believe it may have been neglected gradually as Alexandria transformed under Christian rule. Others suspect deliberate destruction or dismantling during periods of religious upheaval. Still others argue the mausoleum survived longer than commonly believed, but eventually disappeared beneath centuries of urban rebuilding. The truth remains uncertain because ancient references become increasingly vague after the 3rd and 4th centuries AD. Earlier Roman writers described the tomb clearly and confidently. Later sources sound fragmented and uncertain. Some mention the tomb only briefly. Others provide confusing or contradictory details. It is as though history itself slowly lost sight of Alexander's resting place. By the Middle Ages, certainty had vanished almost completely. The exact location of the tomb was no longer known. Alexandria continued evolving under Byzantine and later Islamic rule. New streets, buildings, mosques, markets, and fortifications rose atop the ancient city. Entire districts disappeared beneath layers of construction and debris. Earthquakes reshaped the coastline. Flooding altered parts of the harbor. Over centuries, the ancient world became buried beneath the modern one. And somewhere beneath all of it, many believe Alexander's tomb still waits unseen. Legends multiplied rapidly once the tomb disappeared. Some stories claimed Alexander rested beneath a mosque hidden deep within old Alexandria. Medieval travelers occasionally reported rumors of secret chambers containing the conqueror's body.
Other legends insisted foreign powers stole the remains long ago. One enduring theory suggested Venetian merchants secretly removed Alexander's corpse during the Middle Ages, possibly confusing it with relics associated with St. Mark.
Venice already possessed a famous tradition involving the alleged theft of St. Mark's remains from Alexandria. Over time, speculation blurred history and myth together. Could Alexander's body have been taken as well? No evidence proves such stories, yet the rumors endured for centuries. Other tales became even stranger.
Some medieval traditions confused Alexander with religious figures or saints entirely.
In parts of the ancient and medieval world, Alexander's image transformed almost beyond recognition. He appeared in legends, romances, religious literature, and folklore stretching across Europe, the Middle East, Persia, and Asia. In some stories, he became a philosopher king. In others, a divinely guided conqueror. The historical man slowly merged with mythology. And because the tomb vanished, imagination filled the empty space left behind. The disappearance of the coffin only intensified its mystique. Lost objects often gain greater power in imagination than they possessed in reality. The unknown creates fascination stronger than certainty ever could. History is filled with such mysteries. The Ark of the Covenant, the Holy Grail, the lost tomb of Genghis Khan. Missing relics tied to enormous historical figures become symbols larger than the physical objects themselves. Alexander's coffin joined this category of legendary missing artifacts. The more completely it vanished, the more powerful it became. Treasure hunters dreamed of discovering unimaginable wealth hidden beneath Alexandria. Archaeologists searched for clues buried under streets, mosques, catacombs, and collapsed ruins. Explorers proposed elaborate theories involving secret tunnels and forgotten chambers. Every generation reinvented the mystery according to its own desires. For treasure seekers, the coffin represented the ultimate archaeological prize, a lost monument tied to the most famous conqueror in history. If discovered intact, it could rival the tomb of Tutankhamun in historical importance.
Ancient sources describing gold, crystal, jewels, and royal treasures only deepened the obsession.
The possibility that Alexander's body still survives somewhere beneath modern Alexandria continues inspiring expeditions even today.
For rulers and empires throughout history, Alexander's vanished coffin symbolized something else entirely: lost greatness.
Alexander represented limitless conquest, ambition, and glory. To rediscover his tomb would mean reconnecting with the memory of world-changing power. Emperors once sought legitimacy through association with Alexander. Even after the tomb disappeared, that symbolic desire remained. The missing coffin became a relic of empire itself.
For historians, meanwhile, the mystery represents one of antiquity's greatest unanswered questions.
Few figures influenced civilization more profoundly than Alexander. His campaigns transformed politics, language, trade, warfare, religion, and culture across enormous regions of the world. Entire kingdoms emerged from the ruins of his empire. Greek culture spread deep into Asia and Egypt through the Hellenistic world he created. Rome itself became fascinated by his example. Yet despite all this influence, the physical resting place of Alexander vanished from history. It is a paradox almost impossible to ignore. One of the most documented and celebrated rulers of antiquity disappeared into uncertainty. But perhaps the deeper mystery is not where the coffin disappeared. Perhaps the deeper mystery is why it mattered so much in the first place. Why did one dead king continue shaping civilizations for centuries after his death? Why did emperors cross continents to stand before his body? Why did dynasties build legitimacy around his memory? Why did his coffin become powerful enough to influence wars, religion, propaganda, and imperial identity across generations? The answer lies not only in the tomb itself, but in Alexander the Great as a historical phenomenon. Because Alexander was never simply a conqueror. He became an idea, a symbol of limitless ambition. A vision of divine kingship. A figure suspended between humanity and myth. Even after his empire collapsed, the legend survived. And perhaps that is why the disappearance of his coffin still fascinates humanity today. Somewhere beneath centuries of destruction, rebuilding, myth and memory, the dead conqueror may still wait unseen. Hidden beneath Alexandria, lost beneath history itself. Alexander understood the power of image better than almost any ruler before him. Long before modern propaganda, long before mass media, long before emperors carefully controlled portraits and public narratives, Alexander recognized something extraordinary. Power alone was not enough. Armies could conquer cities. Wealth could buy loyalty. Fear could force obedience. But legend could outlive death itself. From an early age, Alexander cultivated myth around his identity deliberately and relentlessly. He did not simply want to become a successful king. He wanted immortality. He wanted history to remember him not merely as a ruler, but as something greater than ordinary humanity. The foundations for this ambition began with his father, Philip II of Macedon. Philip transformed Macedonia from a relatively weak kingdom into the dominant military power of Greece. Through political reforms, brutal warfare, and military innovation, Philip created the army Alexander would later use to conquer the known world. The Macedonian phalanx became one of history's most effective fighting forces. Greece fell beneath Philip's authority. Rivals were crushed. Macedonia rose rapidly from the margins of the Greek world to its center. But while Philip focused on power and conquest, Alexander absorbed something far more dangerous, the dream of heroic destiny. Alexander's education played a crucial role in shaping that vision. As a young prince, he studied under Aristotle, one of the greatest philosophers in history. Aristotle taught him philosophy, science, politics, medicine, literature, and geography. Through this education, Alexander encountered the intellectual traditions of the Greek world at the highest level. But perhaps no influence affected him more deeply than the epic poems of Homer. The Iliad, in particular, became central to Alexander's imagination. He did not read the stories simply as literature. He treated it almost like a blueprint for greatness. Above all figures in Homeric legend, Alexander admired Achilles intensely. Achilles embodied everything Alexander desired: glory, martial excellence, heroic fame, and eternal remembrance. According to ancient tradition, Alexander kept a copy of Homer's works beside him during campaigns across Asia. Some accounts even claim he slept with the Iliad beneath his pillow alongside a dagger. During his invasion of the Persian Empire, Alexander reportedly visited the ancient site of Troy. There, standing amid ruins already ancient in his own lifetime, he honored the tomb of Achilles personally. The symbolism mattered enormously. Alexander was presenting himself as the successor to Homeric heroes. He wanted soldiers, subjects, and future generations to see his campaigns not merely as political conquest, but as part of an epic narrative stretching back into myth itself. To Alexander, warfare was theatrical. Mythic, cosmic, every conquest reinforced the image he carefully constructed around himself. He did not simply invade territories. He staged symbolic acts designed to elevate his status beyond ordinary kingship. When he entered Egypt after defeating Persian forces, he presented himself not as a foreign conqueror, but as a liberator, freeing the land from Persian domination. Egyptian priests welcomed him enthusiastically. At the oasis of Siwa, deep within the desert, Alexander visited the oracle of Zeus Ammon. Ancient accounts claim the priests greeted him as the son of the god. Whether the exact words were genuine, misunderstood, or politically crafted hardly mattered. What mattered was Alexander's reaction. He embraced the divine association. Rather than rejecting the idea that he possessed semi-divine status, he allowed the legend to grow. This shocked many Greeks and Macedonians around him. Traditional Greek kingship had limits. Greek culture generally distrusted rulers who claimed excessive divine authority. Kings were powerful, but they remained mortal men. Alexander shattered those expectations repeatedly. As his empire expanded, he increasingly adopted symbols and behaviors associated with divine or absolute monarchy. He wore elements of Persian royal dress. He demanded gestures of submission from subjects that many Macedonians considered inappropriate for free men. He founded cities bearing his own name across the conquered world, spreading his identity geographically across continents. Artists and sculptors received commissions presenting him with idealized, godlike features, flowing hair, youthful perfection, intense gaze, almost supernatural charisma. Coins carried his image. Statues immortalized him. Stories magnified his achievements constantly. By the end of his life, Alexander existed somewhere between human ruler and living legend. To millions across his empire, he no longer seemed entirely mortal. This transformation explains why his coffin later carried such extraordinary political power. The body inside was not perceived as an ordinary corpse. It represented a figure many believed transcended mortality itself. Throughout history, relics associated with sacred or semi-divine individuals often gain immense symbolic influence. Human civilizations repeatedly attach spiritual and political power to physical remains. Christian saints became objects of pilgrimage and devotion. Bones, garments, and burial sites associated with holy figures inspired reverence across medieval Europe. Buddhist relics similarly became sacred objects capable of legitimizing rulers and kingdoms. Imperial tombs throughout many civilizations functioned as centers of dynastic authority and ritual identity. Alexander's coffin operated within this same psychological and political framework. The preserved body of the conqueror became something closer to a relic than a corpse. Possession of the body implied possession of destiny itself. This is why the struggle over Alexander's remains became so intense immediately after his death. His generals were not merely fighting over burial rights. They were fighting over symbolic inheritance. Whoever controlled the body could claim association with the legend. And association with the legend meant legitimacy. Ptolemy recognized this instantly. By seizing Alexander's remains and bringing them to Egypt, he transformed his kingdom into the guardian of the conqueror's memory.
The Ptolemaic dynasty built enormous political authority around this connection.
Alexandria became sacred ground because Alexander rested there.
The dead king legitimized the living rulers.
So did the Romans centuries later. Roman emperors ruling vast territories across the Mediterranean still sought connection with Alexander obsessively. Augustus visited the tomb personally. Caracalla modeled himself after the Conqueror with near fanatical intensity. Roman generals compared themselves constantly to Alexander because his image represented ultimate imperial greatness. Even after death, Alexander remained politically useful. The coffin became a physical anchor for one of history's greatest legends. It grounded myth within reality. People could stand before the tomb and witness the preserved body with their own eyes. The Conqueror was not merely a story. He existed physically within the world. That presence carried extraordinary emotional power. Visitors standing before the coffin encountered something almost impossible to comprehend: the remains of the man who conquered the known world before turning 33. The body connected generations directly to the myth. And myths reshape empires. Alexander's legend spread far beyond the territories he conquered personally. Stories about him traveled across Persia, the Middle East, Central Asia, India, North Africa, and Europe. Different cultures reinvented him continuously. Medieval European romances transformed him into a knightly adventurer. Islamic traditions often portrayed him as a wise and divinely guided king. In some legends, Alexander searched for the fountain of immortality. In others, he explored the edges of the world itself. History and mythology fused together until separating them became almost impossible. Few rulers in human history ever achieved this level of symbolic transformation. Alexander became more than historical memory. He became archetype, the young conqueror chasing eternal glory. The king who crossed the boundaries of the known world. The ruler who sought divinity through conquest. And because he achieved legendary status so completely, the objects associated with him gained extraordinary meaning as well. His sword, his armor, his cities, and above all, his coffin. The missing tomb of Alexander still fascinates humanity precisely because the legend surrounding him never truly died. Somewhere beneath centuries of history, perhaps beneath the streets of Alexandria itself, the Conqueror may still rest unseen. Hidden, forgotten, yet still powerful enough to capture imagination more than 2,000 years after his death. Because some legends do not fade with time. They grow stronger. Before Alexander conquered Egypt, the region had already witnessed thousands of years of civilization. Entire dynasties had risen and vanished long before Greece emerged as a major power. Pharaohs built colossal monuments, while much of Europe still existed in relative obscurity. The pyramids at Giza already stood ancient even in Alexander's lifetime. Their surfaces had weathered centuries of desert wind beneath the blazing Egyptian sun. Great temples lined the Nile. Massive statues of forgotten kings towered above sacred processional roads. Hieroglyphs covered walls with stories of rulers who lived 2,000 years before Alexander was born. Egypt possessed one of the oldest and most enduring civilizations in human history. Kingdoms elsewhere collapsed into dust, while Egypt repeatedly survived invasion, famine, rebellion, and dynastic change. To the ancient world, Egypt represented mystery, antiquity, and sacred authority. Greek travelers visiting the Nile often viewed Egyptian civilization with awe.
Philosophers studied its traditions. Priests guarded rituals older than memory.
The land itself seemed eternal.
Yet remarkably, Alexander managed to insert himself directly into this ancient sacred tradition.
That achievement was extraordinary.
Foreign conquerors had ruled Egypt before, including the Persians, but many Egyptians viewed them as outsiders who never truly belonged within the sacred structure of pharaonic kingship.
Alexander approached Egypt differently.
Rather than presenting himself merely as a military occupier, he understood the psychological and religious importance of legitimacy. He recognized that ruling Egypt required more than armies. It required sacred identity. Egyptians traditionally viewed pharaohs not simply as political rulers, but as divine intermediaries between humanity and the gods.
Pharaohs maintained cosmic order. They protected harmony within the universe itself.
Their authority carried both spiritual and political meaning inseparably.
Alexander adapted naturally to this role.
His arrival in Egypt occurred after years of Persian domination, and many Egyptians welcomed him as a liberator rather than an invader.
He respected local traditions carefully.
He participated in Egyptian rituals.
He honored Egyptian deities. Most importantly, he visited the oracle at Siwa, deep within the western desert.
The journey itself carried enormous symbolic significance. Alexander crossed harsh terrain to reach the isolated temple dedicated to Zeus Ammon, a deity blending Greek and Egyptian religious traditions.
Ancient sources describe priests greeting Alexander as the son of the god.
Whether this proclamation emerged from genuine belief, political calculation, misunderstanding, or deliberate myth-making hardly mattered. The effect was transformative. Alexander embraced the divine association openly. In Egyptian eyes, this strengthened his legitimacy enormously. He was no longer merely a foreign conqueror. He became a ruler connected directly to divine authority.
This fusion of political power and sacred symbolism would define the next phase of Egyptian history.
After Alexander's death, his successors understood immediately how valuable that connection could become.
Among them, none exploited it more effectively than the Ptolemies. When Ptolemy seized Alexander's body and established control over Egypt, he inherited more than territory.
He inherited the symbolic framework Alexander had created.
The Ptolemies expanded this fusion of Greek and Egyptian identity into one of the most fascinating political experiments of the ancient world.
Officially, they remained Macedonian Greek rulers descended from Alexander's companions. Greek language dominated administration and elite culture.
Greek architecture, philosophy, theater, and scholarship flourished throughout Alexandria and other major cities. Yet at the same time, the Ptolemies presented themselves as traditional Egyptian pharaohs. Temples depicted them in ancient Egyptian artistic style, wearing pharaonic crowns and participating in sacred rituals beside Egyptian gods. Hieroglyphic inscriptions honored them according to traditions stretching back thousands of years.
This dual identity became central to Ptolemaic rule. They governed simultaneously as Hellenistic monarchs and Egyptian pharaohs. Greek and Egyptian worlds blended together in ways never seen before. Priests supported the dynasty because the rulers respected and funded ancient religious institutions.
Greek settlers prospered through trade, military service, and administration.
Egypt became both deeply Egyptian and unmistakably Hellenistic at the same time. And throughout this entire process, Alexander's tomb in Alexandria provided legitimacy.
The dead conqueror effectively became the spiritual founder of Ptolemaic Egypt. His presence transformed Alexandria into more than a political capital. It became sacred ground. Pilgrims, diplomats, generals, and rulers traveled to the city specifically because Alexander rested there. The conqueror's body anchored the authority of the dynasty ruling above it. The symbolism operated constantly beneath the surface of political life. The Ptolemies governed not as isolated monarchs, but as custodians of Alexander's legacy. Every public ceremony, temple dedication, diplomatic mission, and royal display existed within the shadow of the dead conqueror. The coffin itself became central to royal identity. Pilgrimage to Alexander's tomb reinforced the dynasty's authority repeatedly. Visitors standing before the preserved body encountered not only the memory of conquest, but also the political message surrounding it. The Ptolemies ruled Egypt because they inherited Alexander's world. The city itself became sacred because it contained him. This was revolutionary. In many ancient societies, political authority depended heavily upon sacred ancestry, divine association, or connection to legendary founders. Rome traced mythic origins to Romulus. Persian kings connected themselves to ancient dynasties and divine favor. Egyptian rulers grounded legitimacy in sacred continuity stretching back millennia. The Ptolemies understood this instinctively. By controlling Alexander's body, they gained access to one of the most powerful symbols in the ancient world. The dead conqueror functioned almost like a dynastic relic. His coffin silently legitimized the kingdom surrounding it. Without Alexander's body, Egypt might never have emerged as the dominant Hellenistic kingdom it eventually became. The successor wars, following Alexander's death, shattered his empire into competing realms ruled by former generals. The Seleucids controlled enormous territories across Asia. Macedonia itself endured instability and dynastic conflict. Rival kingdoms fought endlessly for survival and supremacy. Yet Egypt remained unusually durable and prosperous under Ptolemaic rule. Geography certainly helped. The Nile provided agricultural wealth unmatched across much of the Mediterranean world. But symbolism mattered too. Possession of Alexander's body elevated Egypt above rival successor states psychologically and politically. Alexandria became the beating heart of the Hellenistic world. The city grew into one of the largest and wealthiest urban centers on Earth. Harbors overflowed with ships carrying grain, papyrus, spices, glass, wine, ivory, and luxury goods across the Mediterranean and beyond. Merchants speaking dozens of languages crowded its streets. Scholars traveled enormous distances seeking knowledge within its institutions. At the center of this intellectual revolution stood the famous Library of Alexandria. The library became perhaps the greatest collection of knowledge in the ancient world. Ptolemaic rulers aggressively gathered texts from across Greece, Egypt, Persia, India, and other regions. Ships arriving in Alexandria reportedly surrendered books temporarily so scribes could copy them for the royal collection. Scholars studied mathematics, astronomy, medicine, philosophy, geography, engineering, literature, and science at unprecedented levels. Advances emerging from Alexandria transformed ancient civilization profoundly. Euclid developed foundational principles of geometry. Eratosthenes calculated the circumference of the Earth with astonishing accuracy. Physicians advanced medical understanding. Astronomers charted stars and planetary movements.
Engineers designed remarkable inventions.
Philosophy flourished beside scientific inquiry. Alexandria became a beacon of human knowledge and intellectual ambition. Yet beneath the libraries, palaces, harbors, temples, and bustling streets lingered the silent presence of Alexander. The Conqueror remained physically within the city through his tomb. Every achievement of Ptolemaic Egypt unfolded in the shadow of his memory. The dead king anchored the entire system symbolically. His coffin rested silently while empires traded goods, scholars transformed science, and rulers governed nations above him. It is difficult to overstate how extraordinary this was. A man who died at 32 continued shaping civilization for centuries simply through the symbolic power of his preserved body. Alexander's empire fragmented after his death, but his legend remained unified. And in Egypt especially, that legend became inseparable from power itself. The Ptolemies understood that controlling Alexander's coffin meant controlling part of history. The dead conqueror legitimized living kings.
He sanctified Alexandria. He transformed Egypt into the center of the Hellenistic world.
His body became more than remains. It became the foundation beneath an empire.
What did Alexander's coffin actually look like?
It is one of the most fascinating unanswered questions of the ancient world.
Historians possess fragments of descriptions scattered across surviving texts, yet no complete contemporary account remains. The tomb vanished. The coffin disappeared. Earthquakes, war, political upheaval, and the destruction of centuries erased much of the physical evidence forever. What survives are glimpses, brief references written by ancient historians, travelers, geographers, and later commentators attempting to describe one of the most extraordinary funerary monuments ever created. Those fragments are frustratingly incomplete. Yet together, they paint a tantalizing picture of immense luxury, sacred symbolism, and imperial spectacle. The earliest coffin containing Alexander's body was likely anthropoid, shaped in the form of the human body according to Egyptian funerary tradition. This detail alone reveals how deeply Alexander's burial blended cultures together. Macedonian kings traditionally buried their dead differently, but Egypt possessed one of the most sophisticated and symbolically rich funerary traditions in human history. Pharaohs rested within elaborately decorated coffins designed not merely as containers for the dead, but as sacred vehicles carrying rulers into eternity. By adopting this style, Alexander's burial elevated him beyond ordinary kingship and connected him directly to the ancient divine traditions of Egypt. Ancient sources suggest the coffin may have been crafted from hammered gold and richly ornamented with intricate decoration. Jewels likely adorned the surface alongside royal insignia and symbolic imagery associated with kingship, conquest, and divinity. Gold dominated descriptions surrounding Alexander's burial repeatedly, and in the ancient world, gold carried enormous symbolic meaning far beyond simple wealth. It represented divine radiance, immortality, solar power, and eternal authority. Unlike iron or bronze, gold did not rust or decay. It seemed eternal. Civilizations across the ancient Mediterranean and Near East associated gold with the divine realm. Egyptian pharaohs used it extensively in tombs because it symbolized the flesh of the gods themselves. To place Alexander inside a golden coffin effectively elevated him into the realm of immortal rulers. The symbolism was unmistakable. The conqueror who sought divine status during life would continue radiating divine kingship after death. Yet the coffin itself was only one element within a much larger funerary display. Ancient descriptions of Alexander's tomb suggest extraordinary artistic grandeur, unlike almost anything else in antiquity. The mausoleum appears to have combined architecture, sculpture, ritual symbolism, military imagery, and luxury into a single overwhelming political statement. Visitors approaching the tomb likely encountered enormous columns, statues, ceremonial decorations, military trophies captured during Alexander's campaigns, and precious stones embedded within lavish architectural designs. Every detail communicated the same message repeatedly and relentlessly. Alexander remained greater than any living king. The tomb was not designed merely to honor the dead. It existed to project power across generations. Some historians suspect Egyptian craftsmen played a major role in creating the original burial complex. Egypt possessed ancient expertise in monumental funerary architecture, ceremonial symbolism, and preservation rituals. Egyptian artisans understood how to transform tombs into sacred spaces capable of inspiring awe and reverence. Others emphasize strong Greek artistic influence visible in descriptions of sculptures, proportions, and decorative styles associated with Hellenistic culture. Most likely, the tomb blended multiple traditions together seamlessly, much like Alexander's empire itself. Greek ambition fused with Egyptian sacred ritual. Persian imperial grandeur mixed with Macedonian military symbolism. The burial became a physical representation of the multicultural world Alexander created through conquest. Even in death, he united civilizations within a single monument. But perhaps the most mysterious aspect of the entire story involves what happened later. Ancient geographer Strabo and several later historians suggest that the original golden coffin did not survive indefinitely. According to these accounts, the golden sarcophagus was eventually replaced with a transparent container, possibly made of glass, crystal, or alabaster-like stone. Historians continue debating exactly what material the ancient writers described because terminology from surviving texts can be difficult to interpret precisely. Some translations suggest crystal clarity. Others imply translucent stone. A few propose advanced glasswork. Regardless of the exact material, the implication is astonishing. At some point, Alexander's visible body became part of the display itself. One famous tradition claims the replacement occurred during financial crises under the Ptolemaic dynasty. According to this account, Ptolemy IX, desperate for resources during military conflict, melted down the original golden coffin to finance warfare and substituted a transparent sarcophagus instead. If true, the story reveals both the practical desperation of Hellenistic politics and the extraordinary material value surrounding Alexander's burial. Even the conqueror's coffin could become emergency funding for empire. Yet strangely, the replacement may have increased the tomb's mystique rather than diminishing it. The symbolic transformation is deeply fascinating. The original gold coffin represented imperial wealth, divine radiance, and royal magnificence. It projected power through opulence. But the transparent coffin transformed Alexander into something even stranger, almost spectral. No longer hidden within solid gold, the conqueror's preserved body became visible directly to visitors across centuries. Alexander appeared suspended between life and death. Ancient observers could reportedly look upon his actual features long after his death. This created an almost supernatural experience.
Roman emperors, generals, philosophers, diplomats, and pilgrims allegedly stood before the transparent sarcophagus, gazing directly at the preserved face of the most famous conqueror in history.
Imagine the psychological impact of such a moment.
A dark ceremonial chamber illuminated by flickering torchlight.
Incense drifting slowly through the air.
Silence echoing beneath monumental architecture. And before you, beneath crystal or glass, lies the body of Alexander the Great, the man who destroyed the Persian Empire,
The king who crossed deserts and mountains with seemingly limitless ambition.
the conqueror who founded cities from Egypt to Central Asia, the ruler who reshaped civilization before dying at 32. To ancient visitors, the experience must have felt overwhelming.
Alexander ceased being merely historical.
He became physically present.
Time itself seemed to collapse inside the tomb. Roman emperors reportedly viewed the body personally. Augustus famously honored Alexander's remains with flowers and a golden crown.
Other rulers sought similar encounters. The dead conqueror continued influencing politics centuries after death because standing before the coffin created emotional and symbolic power impossible to ignore. Visitors did not simply remember Alexander.
They encountered him. Ancient sources even suggest accidents occurred during these visits.
One story claims Augustus accidentally broke part of Alexander's nose while leaning too close to the body.
Whether true or legendary, such stories reveal how tangible the experience seemed to ancient observers.
Alexander was not hidden deep within inaccessible burial chambers like many earlier rulers.
He was displayed, seen, preserved, almost available to history itself. This transformed the coffin into something far greater than an artifact. It became a portal between history and myth.
The sarcophagus connected living rulers directly to the conqueror whose shadow dominated the ancient imagination.
It anchored legend within physical reality. The tomb allowed successive generations to stand face to face with immortality, or at least humanity's closest attempt at it.
And because Alexander cultivated divine imagery so carefully during life, the effect became even more powerful after death.
Visitors likely viewed the preserved body not simply as human remains, but as something sacred.
The coffin functioned almost like a shrine.
Pilgrims journeyed to Alexandria, partly for the same reason later civilizations traveled to religious relics and sacred tombs.
Alexander's body possessed symbolic authority.
Possession of the tomb legitimized dynasties. Association with the conqueror strengthened rulers politically.
The sarcophagus became one of the most influential objects in the ancient world precisely because it embodied both imperial greatness and mythic immortality simultaneously.
Yet perhaps the greatest irony is this: despite its immense fame, the coffin itself vanished.
The golden sarcophagus disappeared.
The transparent coffin disappeared.
The tomb disappeared. One of the most celebrated funerary monuments ever constructed dissolved into uncertainty beneath centuries of destruction and change. Today, historians reconstruct its appearance only through fragments, clues, and imagination. But maybe that mystery explains why fascination with Alexander's coffin never truly faded. Lost objects often become more powerful than preserved ones.
Because somewhere beneath history, hidden beneath the modern city of Alexandria, or destroyed forever by time, there once rested a coffin that turned a dead conqueror into an eternal legend. Alexander's empire collapsed almost immediately after his death.
That brutal irony haunted later generations for centuries.
A man who conquered half the known world before the age of 33 failed to secure the future of the empire he created. He left behind no stable succession plan.
No mature heir capable of commanding loyalty across continents.
No lasting political structure strong enough to hold together territories stretching from Greece to India.
The speed of Alexander's conquests had been astonishing, but the empire itself depended almost entirely upon his personal charisma, military genius, and overwhelming force of personality.
Once he died, the fragile unity binding his empire together began to unravel with terrifying speed.
His generals gathered around his deathbed in Babylon, searching desperately for answers. Ancient accounts describe confusion, fear, and uncertainty filling the palace corridors. Some hoped Alexander's half-brother Philip Arrhidaeus might rule, despite severe limitations that made him politically vulnerable. Others supported the unborn child carried by Alexander's wife Roxana. Still others saw opportunity for themselves. The moment Alexander died, ambition exploded across the empire. Men who once fought beside one another through deserts and battlefields suddenly became rivals, competing for power over the largest empire on earth. What followed became one of the bloodiest succession struggles in ancient history. Decades of warfare erupted among the successors, the Diadochi. Former allies marched against one another across Asia, Egypt, Greece, and the Near East. Armies that once carried Alexander's banners now slaughtered fellow Macedonians in endless campaigns for territory and legitimacy. Cities burned. Kingdoms collapsed. Assassinations multiplied. Alliances shifted constantly. Generals betrayed friends, murdered rivals, and carved apart the empire piece by piece. The unity Alexander created through conquest disintegrated into violence almost immediately after his death. In a strange and deeply symbolic way, Alexander's coffin came to represent this instability. Every ruler wanted association with Alexander, yet none could truly replace him. His successors borrowed fragments of his image constantly while fighting over the ruins of the empire he built. They understood that legitimacy flowed from Alexander's memory, but the more desperately they attempted to imitate him, the more obvious his uniqueness became. The Seleucid kings ruling vast territories across Asia adopted aspects of Persian imperial grandeur once associated with Alexander's eastern campaigns. The Ptolemies controlled his tomb in Egypt and built their dynasty around guardianship of his body. Roman emperors centuries later pursued dreams of universal conquest inspired directly by his achievements. Yet despite all these attempts, Alexander himself remained singular. No successor ever recreated the empire. No ruler fully captured the myth surrounding him. That uniqueness created something almost like a political curse. Throughout history, rulers who sought to imitate Alexander often became consumed by impossible ambition. Alexander established a standard so extreme that later conquerors repeatedly destroyed themselves trying to reach it. His life became the ultimate benchmark of military greatness. Young rulers looked at his achievements and saw both inspiration and torment. Julius Caesar wept because he felt inferior beside Alexander's accomplishments. Napoleon Bonaparte studied Alexander obsessively during his own campaigns of conquest across Europe and beyond. Napoleon admired the speed, audacity, and psychological brilliance of Alexander's warfare. He viewed himself, partly, as heir to the great conquerors of antiquity. Yet, like Alexander, Napoleon eventually discovered how fragile empires built through conquest could become.
Other European generals and military theorists studied Alexander's campaigns with similar fascination. His battles at Issus, Gaugamela, and the Hydaspes River became permanent subjects of military analysis.
Even modern military academies continue examining his tactics, logistics, leadership style, and strategic vision.
Alexander became eternal within the study of warfare itself.
The conqueror's shadow stretches across centuries of military history.
But unlike most rulers remembered primarily through documents and statues, Alexander possessed something far more psychologically powerful: a visible body, preserved,
and the coffin amplified the mythology surrounding him enormously. As long as the body existed physically within Alexandria, Alexander felt strangely present in the world. Not entirely gone, not fully dead.
Ancient visitors reportedly stood before the preserved corpse, staring directly at the face of the conqueror centuries after his death.
Imagine the unsettling emotional effect of such an encounter. Alexander was not simply history. He remained physically visible beneath glass or crystal. The conqueror seemed suspended between mortality and immortality, almost waiting. This strange presence may explain why stories surrounding the tomb gradually drifted into supernatural territory over time. Ancient visitors often described the experience with awe bordering on religious reverence. Roman emperors traveled enormous distances specifically to stand before the coffin. Pilgrims entered the mausoleum almost like worshippers approaching a shrine. Alexander's body became more than preserved remains. It became a relic of greatness itself. Human civilizations repeatedly attach spiritual significance to objects associated with extraordinary figures. Religious relics, sacred tombs, royal burial sites, and preserved remains often gain symbolic power beyond rational explanation. Alexander's coffin operated within this same psychological space. The conqueror already occupied a blurred boundary between history and myth during his lifetime. After death, the preserved body intensified that transformation. Medieval legends carried the process even further. Across Europe, the Middle East, Persia, and Asia, Alexander evolved into a near-mythical figure. Stories about him expanded far beyond historical reality. In some traditions, he explored the ends of the earth, searching for hidden wisdom. In others, he battled monstrous creatures or encountered supernatural civilizations. Islamic literature often portrayed him as a divinely guided ruler possessing immense wisdom. Medieval European romances transformed him into a heroic adventurer, almost resembling an Arthurian king centuries before such legends existed. The historical conqueror dissolved gradually into universal mythology. And because the tomb eventually vanished, imagination gained even greater freedom to reshape him. Some traditions claimed magical properties surrounded Alexander's resting place. Others suggested secret knowledge or hidden treasures remained buried alongside the coffin. Rumors spread about curses protecting the tomb. Medieval travelers recorded strange stories about hidden chambers beneath Alexandria. In later centuries, treasure hunters and explorers fueled these legends further, convinced unimaginable riches or forgotten secrets waited beneath the city streets. The missing coffin became a blank canvas for human imagination. Every generation projected its own desires, fears, and ambitions onto the vanished tomb. For conquerors, Alexander represented limitless glory. For scholars, he symbolized intellectual fascination with antiquity.
For treasure hunters, the coffin became the ultimate lost prize.
For storytellers, the mystery invited endless reinvention.
And that imagination shaped civilizations more profoundly than many physical monuments ever could.
Alexander's legend influenced empires politically, culturally, militarily, and psychologically across 2,000 years. His example inspired rulers to pursue impossible dreams of conquest. His campaigns transformed trade routes, cultural exchange, and political structures from the Mediterranean to Asia. Greek language and Hellenistic culture spread through regions touched by his empire.
Philosophers, generals, emperors, and artists all absorbed aspects of his mythology. The coffin itself stood at the center of that symbolic universe.
It represented not only the dead conqueror, but the dangerous idea he embodied, the belief that one extraordinary individual could transcend ordinary human limits and reshape the world through sheer willpower.
That idea proved both inspiring and destructive throughout history.
Alexander's successors destroyed themselves pursuing fragments of his legacy.
Roman emperors sought to inherit his glory.
Napoleon dreamed of repeating his achievements. Countless military leaders studied his campaigns, hoping to unlock the secrets of world conquest. Yet the more history examined Alexander, the more unreachable he seemed. He became almost superhuman within collective memory. And perhaps that is the true curse of conquest. Great conquerors rarely leave stable worlds behind them. They leave legends. Legends powerful enough to inspire empires, justify wars, transform rulers into dreamers, and drive generations toward impossible ambition. Alexander's coffin embodied that phenomenon perfectly.
A burial object became a political weapon.
A preserved corpse became a symbol of destiny.
And when the coffin finally vanished, the legend only grew stronger.
Because mysteries endure longer than monuments.
And somewhere beneath centuries of history, perhaps beneath the ruins of Alexandria itself, the conqueror who changed the world may still lie waiting in darkness, while humanity continues chasing the shadow of his impossible dream. For centuries, explorers searched for Alexander's tomb. Kingdoms rose and fell while the mystery endured. Empires collapsed into ruin, entire civilizations transformed beyond recognition.
Yet generation after generation continued asking the same haunting question: where is Alexander the Great? The search became one of history's longest-running obsessions. Few archaeological discoveries could rival it in significance. Finding the coffin of Alexander the Great would equal uncovering the tomb of Tutankhamun, perhaps even surpass it.
Tutankhamun ruled Egypt briefly and left limited impact upon world history, yet the discovery of his tomb transformed archaeology forever because of its extraordinary preservation and treasure.
Alexander represents something vastly larger. He reshaped the ancient world politically, culturally, militarily, and psychologically. His campaigns connected civilizations stretching from Greece to India. His empire transformed language, trade, science, philosophy, and warfare across continents. The discovery of his tomb would not merely uncover artifacts. It would reconnect humanity directly with one of the most influential individuals who ever lived. Historians, archaeologists, and explorers understand the implications immediately. If Alexander's tomb survived intact somewhere beneath Alexandria, it could contain priceless objects connected to the Hellenistic world. Royal regalia, weapons, ceremonial artifacts, inscriptions, artistic masterpieces. Possibly even the remains of the famous coffin itself. The historical significance would be staggering. And because the tomb vanished so completely, speculation multiplied endlessly across the centuries. Countless theories emerged attempting to explain the fate of Alexander's body. Some researchers believe the tomb still lies beneath modern Alexandria, near the location of the ancient royal quarter. This theory remains among the most widely accepted because ancient sources consistently place the mausoleum within the heart of the city near royal palaces and ceremonial districts. But modern Alexandria covers the ancient city almost completely. Layers of history buried the old world beneath the new one. Streets, buildings, mosques, apartment blocks, markets, and modern infrastructure stand above what once formed the center of Hellenistic civilization. Somewhere beneath those crowded streets, believers argue, the tomb may still exist, hidden beneath centuries of construction and debris. Others suspect the tomb was destroyed beyond recovery long ago. Alexandria endured repeated earthquakes, fires, riots, invasions, religious upheaval, and urban transformation across 2,000 years. Massive sections of the ancient city collapsed into the Mediterranean Sea due to earthquakes and coastal subsidence. Entire districts vanished beneath water. Monuments crumbled into ruin. Temples and palaces disappeared beneath rebuilding projects. Some historians argue Alexander's mausoleum simply could not survive such destruction intact. According to this view, the coffin may have been looted, dismantled, or destroyed centuries ago, while the exact location faded gradually from memory. Yet alternative theories persist stubbornly. A few researchers propose the body was secretly relocated during periods of instability. Perhaps priests or royal officials attempted to protect the tomb from invasion, religious conflict, or looting by moving the remains elsewhere. Some legends claim hidden underground chambers preserve the body even now. Others suggest the tomb lies beneath later religious structures built atop sacred ancient sites. Medieval traditions occasionally connected Alexander's remains to mysterious burial locations beneath mosques or catacombs. None of these theories possess conclusive evidence, but the mystery itself encourages endless speculation. Archaeology in Alexandria presents extraordinary difficulties compared to many other ancient sites. Unlike isolated ruins standing untouched in desert landscapes, Alexandria remained continuously inhabited for more than 2,000 years. Modern neighborhoods cover ancient foundations completely. Excavation becomes difficult, expensive, and politically sensitive because archaeologists cannot simply dismantle large sections of a living city searching for buried monuments. In addition, much of ancient Alexandria now lies underwater. Coastal earthquakes and gradual subsidence caused sections of the royal quarter to sink into the Mediterranean Sea. Underwater archaeologists exploring the harbor uncovered remarkable discoveries: statues of kings and queens, fragments of temples, collapsed columns, palace remains, and submerged harbor structures once connected to the Ptolemaic world. Divers discovered pieces of the lost city beneath dark water and drifting sand. Yet, despite these extraordinary finds, Alexander himself remains missing. Excavations throughout Alexandria repeatedly uncover tantalizing clues, but never definitive answers. Archaeologists discovered catacombs, royal districts, mosaics, inscriptions, ancient roads, and monumental ruins tied to the Hellenistic era. Every discovery reignites speculation. Could the next chamber contain evidence of the tomb? Could some forgotten underground passage lead toward the missing mausoleum? The possibility continues fueling fascination among scholars and the public alike. During the 19th and 20th centuries, numerous adventurers and amateur researchers claimed dramatic breakthroughs. Some announced they had identified the exact location of Alexander's tomb. Others insisted secret tunnels or hidden chambers contained the coffin. Newspapers occasionally spread sensational stories describing imminent discoveries. Most proved false. Excavations failed to produce convincing evidence. Misinterpretations multiplied. In some cases, outright fraud appeared designed to exploit public excitement surrounding the mystery. Yet each failed attempt only deepened fascination further. The disappearance of Alexander's coffin became larger than archaeology itself. It evolved into cultural mythology. Books explored theories surrounding the tomb endlessly. Historians debated ancient texts, searching for overlooked clues. Documentaries dramatized possible discoveries with cinematic intensity. Expeditions received funding based upon the dream of uncovering the lost mausoleum. Popular imagination transformed the search into something resembling an ancient treasure hunt mixed with historical detective story. Conspiracy theories flourished naturally within this atmosphere of uncertainty. Some linked Alexander's coffin to secret societies supposedly guarding hidden knowledge across centuries. Others imagined elaborate underground chambers concealed beneath religious structures or sealed catacombs. A few speculated the body survived, perfectly preserved, somewhere underground, waiting to be rediscovered intact. Certain fringe theories even suggested the tomb possessed mystical significance beyond ordinary archaeology. The mystery encouraged imagination precisely because definitive answers remained absent. But beneath the sensationalism and speculation lies something far more profound about human psychology. The persistence of these searches reveals how deeply humanity is drawn toward unfinished stories, especially stories involving greatness. Alexander's life feels incomplete in ways few historical narratives do. He conquered enormous territories with astonishing speed. He defeated empires thought invincible. He transformed the ancient world before reaching middle age. Then suddenly, at 32, he died far from home under mysterious circumstances. His empire fractured almost immediately. His generals descended into decades of war. And finally, even his tomb vanished. History never provided closure. There was no peaceful ending. No stable dynasty preserving his achievements permanently. No clearly marked resting place where generations could honor his memory with certainty. Instead, Alexander disappeared into mystery at the height of his legend. That absence creates emotional power. Humans instinctively seek endings to stories. We want finality, resolution, completion. Alexander's narrative refuses to provide it. The conqueror who reshaped civilization simply vanishes beneath history. And so humanity keeps searching. Not merely for gold or bones or treasure hidden beneath Alexandria. The obsession runs deeper than material discovery. People search for connection to one of history's most extraordinary lives. Alexander represents the eternal dream of human ambition pushed beyond ordinary limits. He embodies youth, conquest, genius, charisma, glory, and tragedy simultaneously. Discovering the tomb would feel almost like recovering a lost chapter of civilization itself. It would reconnect the modern world physically to a figure who exists partly within myth. Perhaps that explains why the search never truly ends. Every generation inherits the mystery and imagines itself capable of solving it. Archaeologists descend into submerged ruins. Historians re-examine ancient texts. Explorers map forgotten tunnels beneath Alexandria. New technologies scan beneath streets and seabeds, searching for hidden chambers. The hope persists stubbornly, despite centuries of failure. Because somewhere beneath modern Alexandria, beneath traffic, buildings, mosques, harbors, and layers of lost history, the conqueror who once ruled the known world may still rest unseen within darkness. Waiting. And until certainty finally emerges, Alexander's missing coffin will remain one of humanity's greatest obsessions.
Alexander's true legacy may not be military conquest.
His battles were extraordinary. His victories reshaped the ancient world. His campaigns destroyed one of the largest empires in history and carried Macedonian armies farther east than anyone thought possible. Yet conquest alone does not explain why Alexander continued influencing civilizations for more than 2,000 years after his death. Other conquerors built vast empires that eventually vanished into obscurity. Many powerful kings once ruled enormous territories, only to become little more than names buried within forgotten records. Alexander became something different. His greatest achievement may not have been the lands he seized, but the idea he created, the vision of universal empire. Before Alexander, most kingdoms operated within relatively limited regional frameworks. Greece consisted largely of rival city-states competing against one another. Persia controlled immense territory, but still governed through older imperial traditions centered upon regional administration and royal authority. Egypt possessed ancient sacred identity deeply tied to the Nile and pharaonic continuity. India contained powerful kingdoms and cultures that interacted regionally rather than through a single interconnected imperial structure stretching westward into the Mediterranean. The ancient world remained fragmented politically and culturally, despite trade and occasional contact between civilizations. Alexander shattered many of those boundaries with astonishing speed. His campaigns connected Greece, Egypt, Persia, Mesopotamia, Central Asia, and parts of India into a vast interconnected world unlike anything that existed before. Armies marched across continents, carrying not only weapons, but languages, customs, technologies, religious beliefs, and artistic traditions. Trade routes expanded dramatically as regions previously separated by enormous political barriers became linked within a single imperial framework. Cultures encountered one another on unprecedented scale. Greek settlers established cities deep within Asia. Persian administrative traditions influenced new kingdoms ruled by Macedonian elites. Egyptian religious ideas traveled into Hellenistic society. Eastern luxuries flowed westward, while Greek philosophy and art spread eastward. Alexander's empire did not survive politically after his death, but something even more important endured. The Hellenistic age transformed civilization itself. Greek language became an international language across much of the Eastern Mediterranean and Near East. Merchants, scholars, diplomats, and administrators communicated across enormous distances through shared linguistic systems established during and after Alexander's conquests. This created a level of intellectual and cultural exchange previously impossible at such scale. Science flourished within this interconnected environment. Alexandria in Egypt became one of the greatest intellectual centers in human history, partly because Alexander's empire opened channels between different cultures and traditions of knowledge. Scholars gathered texts from Greece, Egypt, Persia, Mesopotamia, and beyond. Mathematics advanced dramatically. Astronomy developed through combined observational traditions. Geography expanded as explorers and scholars attempted to understand the enormous interconnected world Alexander helped create. Medicine, engineering, philosophy, and literature all evolved through cross-cultural interaction. Art changed profoundly as well. Greek artistic styles merged with Egyptian, Persian, and Asian influences, producing entirely new forms of expression. Sculptures became more dynamic and emotional. Architecture blended traditions from multiple civilizations. Coins, paintings, jewelry, and ceremonial objects reflected cultural fusion across enormous regions. Religious traditions adapted and mixed together in fascinating ways. Greek gods merged symbolically with Egyptian deities. Eastern mystery religions spread through Hellenistic cities. New philosophical schools emerged, responding to the changing cosmopolitan world created after Alexander's conquests. Even after the empire fractured politically, the cultural system Alexander initiated endured for centuries. That endurance is crucial. Alexander failed to preserve political unity, but he succeeded in creating a new kind of interconnected civilization stretching across vast geographic space. The kingdoms formed by his successors continued interacting through shared Hellenistic culture despite warfare and rivalry. Trade routes remained active. Greek remained influential. Intellectual exchange continued flowing across borders. The world had changed permanently. Rome later inherited many aspects of this interconnected system. When Roman power expanded eastward, it encountered societies already transformed by Hellenistic culture. Roman elites studied Greek philosophy, literature, science, and art. Alexandria remained one of the greatest cities in the Roman world. Greek functioned alongside Latin as a major language of administration and intellectual life throughout the Eastern Empire. In many ways, Alexander's influence helped shape the foundations of both Western and Middle Eastern civilization simultaneously. The effects extended far beyond warfare. Concepts of imperial governance, cosmopolitan identity, cross-cultural exchange, and universal empire all evolved partly through the Hellenistic world Alexander created. And strangely, the coffin itself symbolized that transformation perfectly. Consider the extraordinary journey surrounding Alexander's body. A Macedonian king dies in Babylon, the ancient heart of Mesopotamian civilization. His body is embalmed using techniques influenced heavily by Egyptian funerary tradition. His magnificent funeral procession travels through Asia, surrounded by symbols drawn from multiple cultures. His tomb eventually stands in Alexandria, a Greek city constructed upon Egyptian soil beside the Mediterranean Sea. Roman emperors later visit the tomb seeking legitimacy through association with the Conqueror. Medieval legends preserve stories about the coffin across Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Modern archaeologists from around the world continue searching for it today. The coffin became a physical embodiment of cultural fusion. Few objects in human history connect so many civilizations simultaneously. Macedonian military conquest. Egyptian religious symbolism. Persian imperial tradition. Greek artistic culture. Roman political ambition. Medieval mythology. Modern archaeology. all converge around the story of Alexander's body. The coffin became more than a burial object. It became an artifact linking continents together through shared memory and historical transformation. This is why Alexander's coffin altered empires forever. Not because it possessed supernatural power, not merely because it contained immense wealth or precious materials. Its significance reached much deeper. Alexander's body represented a radically new vision of the world itself, a world increasingly linked through conquest, exchange, ambition, migration, trade, and myth. Earlier civilizations often understood themselves primarily through local or regional identity. Alexander's empire introduced the possibility of something broader, a universal imperial system connecting multiple cultures beneath shared political and cultural frameworks. Later empires repeatedly pursued versions of this idea. Rome attempted to unify the Mediterranean world politically and culturally. Byzantine rulers inherited aspects of Hellenistic tradition. Islamic caliphates later connected enormous territories, stretching from Spain to Central Asia through trade, scholarship, and imperial administration. Even modern global systems reflect ancient patterns of interconnected exchange first accelerated dramatically during the Hellenistic Age. Alexander did not create globalization in the modern sense, but he helped initiate one of the earliest large-scale interconnected cultural worlds in history. And because his coffin became the symbolic center of that transformation, it gained extraordinary historical importance. The tomb in Alexandria functioned almost like the spiritual heart of the Hellenistic world. Pilgrims, rulers, merchants, scholars, and conquerors traveled there because Alexander represented the origin of a new era. The dead conqueror anchored an entire civilizational shift physically within one city. That symbolic role continued long after political realities changed. Roman emperors standing before the coffin recognized this instinctively. They were not merely honoring a dead king. They were confronting the figure who helped create the world they inherited. Even the disappearance of the tomb reinforces its symbolic power. The missing coffin mirrors Alexander's legacy itself, part history, part myth, impossible to contain entirely within physical boundaries. The conqueror vanished into legend just as the interconnected world he helped create continued evolving across centuries. His empire collapsed, but the idea survived. And perhaps that is the greatest irony of all. Alexander spent much of his life pursuing personal immortality through conquest. He sought eternal glory on battlefields stretching across continents. Yet his most enduring achievement may not have been military victory at all. It may have been the creation of a world where civilizations became permanently connected through exchange, ambition, and shared historical memory. The coffin symbolized that world perfectly. A single object carrying the weight of multiple civilizations simultaneously. A Macedonian king resting within Egyptian ritual inside a Greek city visited by Roman emperors, remembered through medieval legend, and sought by modern archaeology. Few artifacts in history better represent the fusion of cultures that shaped the ancient world. And that is why Alexander's coffin continues haunting history even now. Not simply because it belonged to a conqueror, but because it embodied the birth of a connected world. After the tomb disappeared, Alexander's story evolved beyond history into legend. That transformation may have been inevitable. Few figures in human civilization ever occupied the boundary between reality and myth so completely. During his lifetime, Alexander already encouraged larger-than-life narratives surrounding his identity. He embraced divine imagery, heroic symbolism, and theatrical conquest. By the time he died at 32, many already viewed him as something more than mortal. Once the physical certainty surrounding his tomb began to fade, imagination rushed in to fill the void. Across Europe, the Middle East, Central Asia, and parts of Africa, tales of Alexander spread in wildly different forms. Entire civilizations reinvented him repeatedly according to their own cultural values, fears, ambitions, and spiritual traditions. Historical memory merged gradually with folklore until the Conqueror became almost universal within world mythology. Different peoples who had never met one another directly still shared stories about Alexander centuries after his death. Some portrayed him as wise. Others depicted him as ruthless. Some transformed him into a philosopher king. Others imagined him as a wandering adventurer, searching for divine secrets at the edges of the world. Yet across these vastly different traditions, one element remained remarkably consistent. Alexander was never treated like an ordinary ruler. He became a mythic figure, standing somewhere between humanity and legend. At the center of this transformation stood one of the most influential literary traditions of the ancient and medieval world, the Alexander Romance. This enormous collection of legendary stories about Alexander spread across countless languages and cultures over many centuries. The original versions likely emerged during the Hellenistic era, but the text evolved continuously as different civilizations adapted it to their own traditions. Greek, Latin, Persian, Syriac, Armenian, Arabic, Ethiopic, Hebrew, and medieval European versions all circulated widely. Few literary works traveled so extensively across civilizations. The Alexander Romance transformed the historical conqueror into an explorer of wonders, a seeker of hidden knowledge, and a hero moving through landscapes filled with supernatural mystery. In these stories, Alexander no longer remained confined to realistic military campaigns. He entered realms of fantasy and cosmic adventure. One famous tale describes him descending into the depths of the sea inside a glass diving bell. Suspended beneath the waves, he observes strange marine creatures and hidden underwater worlds inaccessible to ordinary humanity. Another legend claims he attempted to fly into the sky carried by giant birds lured upward with meat suspended on spears. In some stories, he journeys toward the ends of the earth, encountering monstrous races, mysterious kingdoms, and lands where normal laws of nature seem suspended. One of the most enduring traditions describes Alexander searching for the waters of immortality, the legendary fountain capable of granting eternal life. These tales reveal something profound about how civilizations remembered him. Alexander represented limitless ambition. Ordinary rulers sought territory and power. Mythic Alexander sought knowledge beyond human boundaries themselves. Historical fact blended seamlessly with fantasy until separating them became nearly impossible. The real conqueror vanished beneath layers of storytelling accumulated across centuries. Yet this blending of history and myth occurred differently depending upon cultural context. Historical memory remembered him partly as a destroyer responsible for devastating the Persian Empire and ending the Achaemenid dynasty. Some Persian accounts portray him as a tragic invader, bringing chaos and destruction. Yet other traditions transformed him into a heroic or wise ruler integrated into broader Persian literary culture. Later Persian poets included Alexander within epic narratives alongside legendary kings and heroes. Even civilizations conquered by Alexander eventually absorbed him into their own mythology. Islamic literature developed another fascinating interpretation. Some medieval scholars linked Alexander to Dhul Qarnayn, the mysterious two-horned one mentioned in the Quran. Dhul Qarnayn appears as a powerful ruler traveling to the ends of the earth, building barriers against chaos and acting under divine guidance. Debate continues among scholars regarding whether the Quran intended direct identification with Alexander, but medieval Islamic traditions frequently associated the two figures. Meanwhile, in medieval Europe, Alexander became a model of chivalric kingship. Knights, nobles, and rulers admired him as the ultimate warrior king, whose courage and ambition transcended ordinary limits. Medieval romances portrayed him alongside legendary figures like King Arthur and Charlemagne. Artists illustrated his adventures in illuminated manuscripts filled with fantastic imagery. Churches, castles, and noble courts preserved stories about Alexander because he represented idealized rulership combined with heroic destiny. Across all these traditions, Alexander's disappearance into mystery amplified his legendary status enormously. And though the coffin itself often faded from detailed description within these stories, the mystery surrounding his burial remains central psychologically. A vanished tomb suits mythology perfectly. If Alexander's coffin had remained visible continuously throughout history, carefully preserved, clearly documented, permanently accessible, perhaps he would feel more human, more finite, more historical. A physical tomb imposes limits upon imagination. It reminds people that even great rulers eventually become bones resting beneath stone. But disappearance transformed Alexander differently. Once the tomb vanished, certainty disappeared with it. No one could stand before the coffin anymore and confront the simple reality of death. Instead, the conqueror drifted increasingly into legend. The lost tomb created endless imaginative possibilities. Some legends claimed Alexander still slept beneath hidden chambers, waiting to awaken someday. Others imagined treasures beyond comprehension buried alongside him: gold, jewels, secret texts, sacred relics, or magical artifacts gathered during his conquests across the world. A few traditions suggested prophecies connected to his remains. In some stories, discovering the tomb would reveal hidden wisdom or unleash transformative events. The missing coffin became a narrative device capable of supporting almost limitless speculation. This pattern appears repeatedly throughout human mythology. Lost objects gain extraordinary symbolic power precisely because they cannot be fully explained or verified. The Ark of the Covenant vanished from history and became surrounded by supernatural legend. Atlantis disappeared beneath the sea and evolved into a symbol of lost civilization. King Arthur's uncertain fate allowed generations to imagine his eventual return. The tomb of Genghis Khan remains undiscovered, intensifying fascination with the Mongol conqueror. Alexander joined this category of unfinished mythic figures whose disappearance strengthened rather than diminished their influence. Like King Arthur or Atlantis, Alexander moved gradually from history into collective imagination. Civilizations projected their own hopes, fears, and ideals onto him repeatedly. Philosophers admired his pursuit of greatness. Conquerors envied his victories. Mystics associated him with secret wisdom. Storytellers transformed him into an explorer of impossible realms. The missing coffin functioned almost like a doorway through which imagination entered history itself. Over time, the coffin became less an object and more a symbol.
a symbol of greatness lost to time.
Humanity repeatedly returns to stories like Alexander's because they express something deeply universal about ambition, mortality, and memory. Alexander achieved what few humans ever approach. He conquered enormous territories, reshaped civilizations, inspired awe across continents. Yet despite all that greatness, even his tomb disappeared. The conqueror who sought immortality vanished beneath history like countless forgotten kings before him. That contradiction fascinates people endlessly. The coffin symbolizes both triumph and loss simultaneously. It represents the heights of human ambition and the inevitability of time's destruction. Empires collapse, cities sink beneath water. Monuments crumble, tombs disappear. Yet legends survive. In many ways, Alexander achieved the immortality he desired, not through political empire, but through narrative. His story escaped the boundaries of history and entered myth itself. And perhaps the vanished coffin played a crucial role in that transformation. Because mysteries endure differently than facts. A visible tomb might eventually become another archaeological site visited by tourists and scholars. A lost tomb becomes eternal. It invites endless reinvention. Every generation imagines its own Alexander, hidden somewhere beneath the earth, sleeping beneath ruins, waiting beneath forgotten cities, forever suspended between reality and legend. Why do rulers care so much about bones, tombs, and relics? Why have emperors crossed continents to stand beside graves? Why have kingdoms fought wars over sacred remains? Why have civilizations spent unimaginable wealth constructing monuments for the dead? At first glance, the obsession may seem irrational. Bones cannot command armies. Tombs cannot govern nations. Relics possess no direct military strength. Yet throughout history, physical objects associated with powerful figures repeatedly shaped politics, religion, legitimacy, and collective identity. The answer lies deep within human psychology. Physical objects create continuity. They transform memory into something tangible. Human beings struggle to connect emotionally with abstraction alone. Ideas matter, but objects anchor those ideas within reality. A relic allows people to feel direct contact with the past. A tomb creates the illusion that history remains physically present. Through material remains, dead rulers continue influencing the living long after their voices disappear. Throughout history, relics repeatedly legitimized authority. Medieval kings desperately sought possession of saintly remains because sacred relics reinforced divine approval for their rule. Churches and monasteries guarded bones, fragments of clothing, preserved bodies, and ceremonial objects associated with holy figures. Pilgrims traveled enormous distances seeking proximity to these relics because they believed physical closeness created spiritual connection. Entire cities gained prestige and wealth through possession of sacred remains. Medieval Europe became filled with political competitions surrounding relics because rulers understood their symbolic value instinctively. Religious institutions guarded sacred bones with extraordinary intensity because those objects represented continuity between heaven, history, and earthly authority. Imperial dynasties behaved similarly across many civilizations. Egyptian pharaohs constructed massive pyramids and funerary complexes designed not only to preserve bodies but to project eternal kingship across generations. Chinese emperors built monumental tombs guarded by armies of terracotta soldiers. Roman rulers deified emperors after death and constructed elaborate mausoleums reinforcing dynastic continuity. Across cultures, separated by enormous geographic distance, humanity repeatedly attached immense emotional and political significance to physical remains connected with power. These practices reveal something fundamental about civilization itself. Political authority depends not only upon force, but also upon narrative. Rulers require stories explaining why they deserve obedience. Relics help make those stories believable. They provide physical evidence linking present authority to sacred tradition, heroic ancestry, divine favor, or historical greatness. Human beings attach extraordinary emotional power to material connections with the past because such objects make abstract ideas feel real. A sword carried by a famous conqueror becomes more than metal. A crown worn by generations of monarchs becomes more than jewelry. A tomb holding a legendary ruler becomes more than architecture. These objects accumulate symbolic force across time. Alexander's coffin functioned exactly this way. To possess it was to stand closer to greatness itself, closer to destiny, closer to one of history's most extraordinary figures. Alexander already occupied a near-mythical position during his lifetime. After death, his body became a relic of conquest, charisma, and universal empire. Whoever controlled the coffin gained access not merely to physical remains, but to the immense symbolic authority surrounding Alexander's legend. Ptolemy understood this intuitively almost immediately after Alexander died. The Macedonian general likely recognized that he could never dominate the entire empire politically through military strength alone. Too many rivals competed for power. But if he controlled Alexander's body, he could claim symbolic inheritance over the conqueror's legacy. By seizing the funeral procession and bringing the coffin to Egypt, Ptolemy transformed his kingdom fundamentally. Alexander's tomb turned Alexandria into sacred political space. The dead conqueror legitimized the new dynasty ruling above him. Pilgrims visited the city because Alexander rested there. Foreign rulers recognized Egypt's unique symbolic authority because it possessed the body of the conqueror who reshaped the known world. The Romans understood this phenomenon equally well centuries later. Roman emperors repeatedly sought association with Alexander because they recognized the political power surrounding his image. Augustus traveled personally to Alexandria after defeating Cleopatra and absorbing Egypt into the Roman Empire. He did not merely visit the tomb out of historical curiosity. The encounter carried political meaning. Augustus stood before the preserved body of the conqueror whose legacy shaped the world Rome inherited. By honoring Alexander publicly, Augustus symbolically connected Roman imperial power with earlier traditions of universal conquest. Later emperors behaved similarly. Caracalla became almost obsessed with Alexander, adopting Macedonian military imagery and presenting himself as a spiritual successor to the conqueror. Association with Alexander conveyed ambition, courage, youth, military brilliance, and world-changing authority. Even rulers who could never match Alexander's achievements still borrowed fragments of his legend to strengthen their own political identity. This phenomenon never truly disappeared. It persists today in remarkably similar forms. Modern nations preserve tombs of founding figures with immense care because those sites reinforce collective identity. Monuments dedicated to national heroes become sacred political spaces where ceremonies, rituals, and acts of remembrance strengthen social continuity. Museums display artifacts associated with famous leaders because physical objects create emotional immediacy impossible to achieve through documents alone. Memorials transform abstract history into tangible experience. Visitors standing before preserved objects connected to famous individuals often experience powerful emotional reactions because the material world collapses distance between past and present. A uniform worn by a revolutionary leader, a pen used to sign historic agreements, or a preserved tomb belonging to a national founder can shape identity more effectively than textbooks or speeches. The emotional power comes from perceived proximity. People feel closer to history itself through objects. Alexander's coffin represented perhaps the ultimate version of this phenomenon. It contained not merely symbolic fragments, but the actual body of one of history's most legendary rulers. The Conqueror remained physically present within the world centuries after death. Roman emperors reportedly gazed directly upon his preserved face. Pilgrims traveled enormous distances seeking proximity to his remains. The coffin transformed Alexander from memory into presence. And because Alexander symbolized such extraordinary ambition, the relics surrounding him gained extraordinary political force. Imagine if Alexander's coffin were discovered tomorrow. The reaction would be immediate and overwhelming. Governments would compete fiercely for influence over excavation rights, preservation, ownership, and display. International legal battles could emerge regarding cultural heritage claims. Egypt would almost certainly assert primary authority because Alexandria housed the tomb historically. Greece and North Macedonia might emphasize Alexander's Macedonian origins. Museums worldwide would negotiate intensely for temporary exhibitions. Global media would erupt with non-stop coverage. Historians, archaeologists, conservators, forensic specialists, and scientists would race to authenticate every fragment. Entire academic fields would transform overnight. New technologies would analyze DNA, embalming techniques, inscriptions, and materials connected to the burial. Political leaders would almost certainly involve themselves because the discovery would possess immense symbolic significance far beyond archaeology. The modern world still responds powerfully to physical connections with historical greatness. And Alexander retains extraordinary symbolic force even after more than 2,000 years. His image continues representing conquest, genius, ambition, charisma, youth, and world-changing vision. Military academies study him. Politicians invoke him. Historians debate him endlessly. Films, novels, documentaries, and legends keep reinventing him for modern audiences. The Conqueror's influence survives because he embodies ideas humanity finds endlessly compelling. Limitless ambition, global empire, heroic destiny. The dream of transcending ordinary human limitations. His coffin remains politically powerful precisely because it connects modern humanity to those ancient dreams of empire. The object symbolizes more than a dead ruler. It represents humanity's fascination with greatness itself. Possessing the coffin would feel almost like possessing contact with history at its most mythic scale. That is why rulers cared so intensely about Alexander's remains in antiquity. And that is why the mystery still matters now. The coffin reveals how deeply human civilizations depend upon symbols, relics, and material memory.
Empires rise through armies and wealth, but they endure psychologically through stories anchored in physical objects. A tomb becomes a shrine. Bones become relics.
A dead conqueror becomes immortal through the emotional power attached to his remains. Alexander's coffin transformed political authority into something almost sacred. And even in absence, even lost beneath centuries of history, it continues exerting symbolic power over the imagination of the world. Suppose archaeologists uncover a hidden chamber beneath Alexandria. The discovery begins almost accidentally. Workers repairing underground infrastructure reveal an unusual stone passage sealed behind collapsed masonry. Initial surveys detect deeper chambers beneath layers of ancient construction.
Archaeologists descend carefully into darkness untouched for centuries.
Dust fills the air. Fragile walls emerge beneath artificial light.
Greek inscriptions appear across weathered stone.
Symbols associated with the Ptolemaic dynasty line narrow corridors leading downward into the earth. At the end of the passage rests a sealed chamber, unlike anything previously uncovered in Alexandria. And inside stands a magnificent sarcophagus. Gold gleams faintly beneath centuries of dust. Ancient seals remain intact. Greek inscriptions identify Alexander III of Macedon. Within the coffin lies the preserved body of the Conqueror himself. What happens next? The moment verification begins, the modern world changes instantly. News spreads globally within minutes. International media erupts with non-stop coverage. Historians, archaeologists, scientists, governments, museums, universities, and political leaders react with shock and disbelief. Social media floods with speculation and excitement. Emergency meetings occur across ministries of culture and international heritage organizations. The discovery becomes one of the greatest archaeological events in human history. Few moments could rival its cultural impact. The opening of Tutankhamun's tomb transformed archaeology because it revealed an ancient royal burial almost untouched by time. The discovery of Alexander's tomb would carry even greater historical weight because Alexander himself transformed world civilization on an enormous scale. This would not simply be the recovery of treasure or artifacts. It would represent direct contact with one of the most influential human beings who ever lived. Scientists from around the world would converge upon Alexandria immediately. The tomb would become the focus of the largest interdisciplinary archaeological investigation in modern history. Experts in ancient DNA, forensic anthropology, conservation science, ancient medicine, art history, epigraphy, geology, embalming practices, and Hellenistic archaeology would race to analyze every detail. The body itself would become one of the most important human remains ever studied. Researchers would attempt to answer questions debated for centuries. How exactly did Alexander die? Did his remains show evidence of wounds from battle? Could traces of disease, poisoning, infection, or genetic conditions survive within preserved tissue? Ancient injuries recorded by historians might finally become physically visible. The shape of his face, the color of preserved hair, skeletal structure, height, and possible medical conditions could suddenly emerge from legend into measurable reality. DNA analysis might reveal family relationships connected to Macedonian royal lineage. Historians would reevaluate ancient accounts completely in light of physical evidence. Descriptions written by Greek and Roman authors could finally be compared against reality. Was the body truly preserved for centuries as ancient visitors claimed? Did the tomb contain evidence of the famous golden coffin described in historical texts? Were later Roman modifications visible archaeologically? Could artifacts within the burial reveal unknown aspects of Hellenistic royal ritual? Every object recovered from the chamber would become globally significant. Weapons, jewelry, inscriptions, ceremonial items, textiles, or fragments of funerary decoration could transform understanding of the ancient world overnight. Construction techniques within the tomb might reveal how the Ptolemies deliberately crafted Alexander's image after death. Museums worldwide would compete fiercely for exhibition rights. Diplomatic negotiations would intensify immediately because the discovery would possess not only historical importance but enormous political and economic value. Egypt would almost certainly declare the tomb a national treasure of immeasurable significance and tightly control access to the site. Security surrounding the chamber would become extraordinary. Conservation teams would work under immense pressure to preserve fragile materials exposed suddenly after centuries underground. International organizations such as UNESCO would likely become involved quickly because the discovery would belong not merely to one nation but to world heritage itself. Tourism to Alexandria would explode. Pilgrims, scholars, journalists, and visitors from across the planet would travel hoping to glimpse the tomb. Entire documentaries, films, books, and academic studies would emerge almost immediately. Universities would launch new research programs dedicated specifically to Alexander studies. Ancient history would dominate global conversation in ways rarely seen in the modern world. Yet beyond scholarship, politics, and media spectacle, the emotional impact would be enormous. For centuries, Alexander existed partly in myth. Most people encounter him through stories, statues, paintings, films, or literary accounts written long after his death. He feels larger than life precisely because history transformed him into symbol as much as person. Finding the coffin would suddenly make him tangible again. Real, human. People could stand before the physical remains of the man whose campaigns reshaped civilization from Greece to India. The distance separating modern humanity from antiquity would collapse with almost shocking force. Imagine entering the chamber itself. Ancient walls illuminated softly by conservation lighting. Greek inscriptions carved more than 2,000 years ago. The scent of stone, dust, and preserved air lingering within sealed darkness. And before you rests the body of Alexander the Great. Not a statue, not a reconstruction, not a legend, the actual conqueror. The man who crossed deserts, destroyed empires, founded cities, and changed the course of world history before the age of 33. The psychological effect would be difficult to describe. Human beings rarely confront the physical remains of individuals who altered civilizations so profoundly. Standing before the coffin would feel almost surreal. The encounter would force people to reconsider history itself. Alexander would no longer exist only within imagination or text. He would become immediate, physical, mortal, and perhaps strangely vulnerable. Because alongside awe, the discovery might also humanize him in unexpected ways. Legends thrive partly through absence and mystery. A visible body reminds humanity that even the greatest conquerors eventually become fragile remains resting beneath stone. The immortal hero of myth would suddenly appear as a real human being who once breathed, suffered wounds, endured exhaustion, feared death, and died young. Yet perhaps the tomb's greatest power lies precisely in remaining lost. This possibility haunts the entire mystery surrounding Alexander.
Mystery sustains imagination in ways certainty rarely can.
As long as the coffin remains hidden, Alexander continues existing between reality and legend. Neither fully historical nor fully mythical. The absence allows every generation to reinvent him according to its own desires and fears. Scholars search for him scientifically. Storytellers imagine him mythically. Conquerors admire him politically. Dreamers romanticize him endlessly. The missing tomb creates narrative space where history and imagination overlap. If the coffin were discovered tomorrow, many mysteries would finally end. Questions about the burial, preservation, and location of the tomb could receive definitive answers. But some part of the legend might diminish simultaneously. The unknown possesses extraordinary emotional power. A lost tomb invites speculation without limit. Hidden chambers beneath Alexandria become symbols of unfinished history itself. Every generation inherits the possibility of discovery and projects its own hopes onto the mystery. The search becomes part of Alexander's legacy almost as much as the conquest itself. Archaeologists descend into submerged ruins, chasing traces of the vanished mausoleum. Historians re-examine ancient texts, searching for clues overlooked centuries earlier. Explorers dream of hidden corridors beneath modern streets, leading towards sealed chambers untouched by time. The endless pursuit mirrors Alexander's own restless ambition. Perhaps that symmetry explains why the story feels so compelling. A conqueror who spent his life chasing the edge of the known world now remains forever beyond reach himself. Alexander crossed mountains, deserts, rivers, and continents, searching for lands unseen by Greeks before him. He pursued immortality through conquest and myth. And now history pursues him in return. Hidden beneath centuries of ruin, perhaps beneath the crowded streets of Alexandria or beneath the Mediterranean Sea itself, the conqueror remains elusive. Always almost found, always disappearing back into darkness. Maybe that uncertainty is fitting. Some figures belong partly to history and partly to imagination. Alexander became too large for ordinary endings long ago. A marked grave would provide closure. A lost tomb creates eternity. And so the search continues generation after generation. Not merely because humanity hopes to uncover treasure or solve an archaeological mystery, but because somewhere beneath the earth may rest the final physical link to one of history's greatest dreams, the dream that a single human being might transcend mortality through conquest, legend, and memory forever. Imagine the final moments of Alexander's funeral procession. The vast golden carriage moves slowly across the roads leading toward Alexandria, its enormous wheels grinding against stone beneath the weight of empire itself. Dust rises beneath the hooves of horses and the feet of soldiers marching in silence beside the sacred vehicle. The Mediterranean air carries the scent of incense drifting from ceremonial burners held by priests walking ahead of the procession. Crowds gather along the roads in overwhelming numbers. Greeks, Egyptians, merchants from distant lands, veterans who once fought beneath Alexander's banners, laborers, nobles, priests, and travelers all stand together watching history pass before them.
Some bow their heads in reverence. Others stare in stunned silence at the spectacle unfolding before their eyes. Many understand instinctively that they are witnessing something greater than an ordinary royal funeral.
This is the burial of the man who conquered the known world.
Soldiers lower their weapons in respect as the procession advances toward the city Alexander himself founded only years earlier.
Golden decorations shimmer beneath the Egyptian sun. Bells attached to the funeral carriage ring softly with movement.
Banners bearing royal symbols sway in the wind. Sculptures and military trophies line the massive ceremonial structure carrying the dead king toward immortality. Ancient writers describe the procession almost like a moving temple, a monument not merely transporting a corpse, but announcing the birth of legend itself.
Within the coffin rests the body of the young ruler who altered history before reaching middle age.
Alexander was only 32 when he died in Babylon, yet by that age he had already achieved feats few humans could imagine. He crossed deserts that destroyed armies. He shattered the Persian Empire, one of the greatest superpowers of the ancient world. He marched through Egypt, Mesopotamia, Central Asia, and India with relentless ambition. He founded cities across continents and created a new interconnected world stretching from the Mediterranean to the edges of India.
Entire civilizations changed direction because of his campaigns.
Yet inside the coffin lies not the immortal conqueror of legend, but the fragile remains of a young man who died suddenly far from home. He would never return to Macedonia. Never walk again through the mountains and royal courts of his homeland. Never see his mother Olympias or the kingdom shaped by his father Philip II. Never complete the campaigns he still imagined beyond India. Ancient sources suggest Alexander dreamed of conquering Arabia next. Some later legends imagined plans for expeditions westward beyond the Mediterranean or deeper into Asia. Whether realistic or not, the ambition clearly remained alive within him until the end. But those dreams died in Babylon beside him. He would never grow old, never become a wise elder king reflecting upon his victories decades later. Never witness what became of the empire he forged through blood and ambition. Like Achilles, the Homeric hero he admired throughout his life, Alexander achieved eternal glory at the cost of longevity. His life burned intensely and briefly before vanishing into history. Yet death did not end his influence. In many ways, it magnified it. Alexander's body became the foundation of dynasties. His tomb inspired emperors. His coffin transformed into one of history's most politically powerful artifacts. Few objects have shaped politics so profoundly across such enormous spans of time. The struggle surrounding Alexander's remains began almost immediately after his death, because his generals understood the symbolic importance of the corpse instinctively. Control of Alexander's body meant control over his legacy. Ptolemy recognized this before anyone else. By seizing the funeral procession and redirecting it toward Egypt, he altered history permanently. The dead conqueror became the cornerstone of the Ptolemaic kingdom. Alexandria transformed into sacred political space because it contained Alexander's tomb. Pilgrims, rulers, and scholars traveled enormous distances to stand near his remains. The city gained prestige not only through wealth and culture, but through symbolic proximity to the conqueror himself. The coffin legitimized an empire. Roman emperors later understood the same truth. Augustus traveled personally to Alexandria, seeking contact with Alexander's remains after defeating Cleopatra and absorbing Egypt into Roman rule. Other emperors followed. Caracalla became nearly obsessed with Alexander, modeling aspects of his identity after the conqueror centuries after his death. Roman rulers repeatedly used association with Alexander to reinforce their own authority because his legend represented ultimate military and imperial greatness. The dead king continued shaping politics long after every battlefield victory faded into memory. The vanished tomb inspired centuries of exploration and myth-making as well. Once the location of Alexander's burial disappeared beneath history, imagination expanded endlessly around the mystery. Travelers, scholars, treasure hunters, archaeologists, and storytellers all searched for traces of the lost mausoleum. Medieval legends transformed Alexander into a near-mythical figure, exploring the ends of the earth and seeking immortality itself. The missing coffin became one of humanity's great unfinished historical mysteries. Entire generations devoted themselves to searching for the conqueror beneath the streets of Alexandria or beneath the waters of the Mediterranean Sea. Even today, Alexander continues influencing military theory, political imagination, literature, film, archaeology, and popular culture. Modern military academies still analyze his campaigns at Issus, Gaugamela, and the Hydaspes River. Historians debate his ambitions, personality, and strategies endlessly. Novelists and filmmakers reinvent him repeatedly for new audiences. Political leaders continue invoking his name when discussing conquest, empire, or ambition. Few historical figures remain so psychologically present across such immense stretches of time. The coffin altered empires because Alexander altered humanity's understanding of power itself. Before Alexander, most kingdoms existed within regional frameworks. Alexander demonstrated that a single ambitious ruler could reshape continents through vision, military brilliance, and relentless willpower. He proved that borders thought permanent could vanish almost overnight beneath determined conquest. He connected civilizations stretching from Greece to India into a new interconnected world that transformed trade, language, science, philosophy, and culture permanently. But Alexander also changed something deeper. He demonstrated how myth and politics could merge into something almost immortal. During his lifetime, he carefully cultivated heroic imagery around himself. He associated himself with Achilles, embraced divine symbolism, and transformed conquest into theatrical spectacle. After death, the coffin preserved that mythology physically. Visitors standing before the tomb encountered not merely a dead ruler, but a relic of greatness itself. The body became sacred political symbolism. Empire fused with legend, and so the mystery endures. Somewhere beneath modern streets crowded with traffic and apartment buildings, or buried beneath ancient ruins swallowed by earthquakes and sea, perhaps fragments of Alexander's tomb still survive. Maybe hidden chambers remain untouched beneath Alexandria. Perhaps sealed corridors still protect forgotten artifacts beneath layers of stone and debris. Maybe the coffin waits in darkness even now. Silent, hidden, untouched for centuries, while the modern world moves unknowingly above it. Or maybe the opposite is true. Perhaps the Golden Sarcophagus vanished completely long ago. Melted down during political crisis. Shattered by looters. Destroyed by earthquakes. Scattered across history until no recognizable trace survived. The ancient world consumed countless monuments through war, greed, fire, and time. Alexander's tomb may have suffered the same fate. But even if the artifact itself is gone forever, its influence remains astonishingly alive. Because the true power of Alexander's coffin was never simply gold, crystal, or treasure. Wealth alone cannot explain why emperors crossed continents to stand beside it. Gold does not inspire civilizations for 2,000 years. The coffin's power came from what it represented. It embodied the dream of transcending ordinary human limitations. It symbolized conquest on a scale previously unimaginable. It connected rulers to mythic greatness. It transformed a dead king into an eternal legend. Above all, Alexander's coffin represented the eternal human desire for glory. The longing to achieve something so extraordinary that death itself cannot erase it completely. Alexander sought immortality through conquest, and in a strange way, he succeeded. His empire collapsed. His tomb vanished. His coffin disappeared into mystery. Yet his story survived. The conqueror remains alive within history, literature, imagination, and human ambition itself. And perhaps somewhere in darkness beneath Alexandria, the final silent witness to that impossible dream still waits. When Alexander died in Babylon, the silence that followed must have felt impossible. For more than a decade, his army had moved almost without pause across the known world. Macedonian veterans marched beside Greek allies, Persian cavalry, mercenaries, engineers, scholars, and camp followers through landscapes most of them had never imagined existed. Together, they crossed scorching deserts, frozen mountain passes, vast rivers, and ancient capitals overflowing with unimaginable wealth. Entire kingdoms collapsed beneath the momentum of Alexander's campaigns. Cities surrendered merely at rumors of his arrival. Kings who once ruled confidently over millions suddenly fled before the advance of Macedonian phalanxes and companion cavalry. To the men who followed Alexander, it must have seemed as though history itself moved with him. He appeared unstoppable, invincible, almost superhuman. Then, suddenly, in Babylon, during the summer of 323 BC, the impossible happened. Their king was dead. One moment, Alexander stood at the center of the world's largest empire. The next, his generals gathered around a dying man, unable to speak clearly, while confusion spread through the palace corridors. Ancient writers describe fear, uncertainty, and disbelief overwhelming the court. Soldiers reportedly filed silently past Alexander's bed one final time to look upon the conqueror who had led them across continents. Many likely assumed the empire itself would continue because it seemed too vast to collapse. Yet, beneath the surface, enormous instability already existed. And no one truly knew what would happen next. The empire Alexander created stretched across 3 continents, from Greece and Egypt through Persia into Central Asia and parts of India. Never before had one ruler united such diverse territories so rapidly beneath a single authority. But despite its immense size, the empire lacked stable institutions capable of surviving Alexander's death. This was one of the great weaknesses hidden beneath the glory of conquest. Alexander built his empire primarily around personal loyalty, military charisma, and relentless momentum, rather than durable administrative permanence. He inspired devotion because soldiers believed in him personally. Governors obeyed because they feared or admired him directly. Cities surrendered because Alexander's reputation preceded him like a force of nature. But systems built around extraordinary individuals often struggle to survive once those individuals disappear. Alexander had conquered faster than he could fully consolidate. He founded cities, appointed governors, integrated Persian elites, and attempted administrative reforms. Yet the empire remained fragile politically because no universally accepted structure existed beyond Alexander himself. This created an enormous crisis immediately after his death. The question of succession became dangerously unclear. Alexander's half-brother Aridaeus, later known as Philip III, suffered from severe mental limitations that made independent rule difficult or impossible. Meanwhile, Alexander's wife Roxana was pregnant, but her child, Alexander IV, had not yet been born. No mature, universally respected heir stood ready to inherit the empire peacefully. In monarchies dependent upon strong personal leadership, such uncertainty often leads directly to violence. Alexander reportedly answered questions about succession with the phrase, "to the strongest," though historians debate whether he truly said those words. Regardless, the statement perfectly captured what followed. Almost immediately, Alexander's generals began maneuvering for power. These men were not ordinary courtiers. They were hardened commanders, forged through years of relentless warfare beside one of history's greatest conquerors. Ptolemy, Seleucus, Perdiccas, Antigonus, Lysimachus, Cassander. Each possessed military experience, political ambition, and powerful regional influence. They understood strategy intimately because they had helped build the empire themselves. They had survived brutal campaigns across Asia and witnessed Alexander defeat armies many times larger than his own. These were dangerous men, shaped by conquest and accustomed to immense power. More importantly, they deeply distrusted one another. In the chaotic days following Alexander's death, temporary compromises emerged. Aridaeus became nominal king as Philip III, while the unborn Alexander IV would later share royal status. Perdiccas, one of Alexander's leading generals, assumed the role of regent responsible for governing the empire during the succession crisis. On paper, unity remained intact. In reality, fragmentation had already begun. The empire gradually split into competing spheres controlled by powerful commanders known later as the Diadochi, the successors. Each sought territory, influence, armies, wealth, and legitimacy. Former allies who once marched together beneath Alexander's banners now watched one another suspiciously across battlefields. Yet, amid all this uncertainty, one thing remained uniquely important: Alexander's body. In the ancient world, burial possessed enormous symbolic and political significance. Funerals were not merely private ceremonies honoring the dead. They publicly confirmed legitimacy, continuity, dynastic authority, and sacred tradition. Royal burials demonstrated who inherited power and who possessed the right to continue ruling. The corpse of a king carried immense emotional and political weight, especially when that king achieved near-divine status during life. Alexander's body represented far more than human remains. It symbolized conquest, empire, military genius, and world rulership itself. Whoever controlled the burial could claim symbolic connection to Alexander's legacy. That is why Ptolemy's seizure of the coffin proved historically transformative. Ptolemy had been one of Alexander's trusted companions for years. Intelligent, pragmatic, patient, and politically skilled, he understood power deeply. Unlike some rivals, Ptolemy may have recognized early that controlling the entire empire would likely prove impossible. The territories were too vast. The rival generals too ambitious. Endless war seemed inevitable. But Ptolemy identified something more valuable than temporary military dominance: symbolic legitimacy. When the magnificent funeral procession carrying Alexander's body departed Babylon, it likely intended eventually to reach Macedonia. Yet somewhere along the route, probably in Syria, Ptolemy intercepted it and redirected the coffin toward Egypt. Ancient sources disagree regarding details. Some describe negotiation, others imply military force. But the outcome changed history permanently. Ptolemy seized possession of Alexander's remains. This act gave him symbolic supremacy over the other successors. Even if rival generals controlled larger armies or broader territories temporarily, Ptolemy possessed something irreplaceable: proximity to Alexander himself. The dead conqueror now rested within Ptolemy's domain. Egypt became sacred political territory because it contained Alexander's body. The symbolism was overwhelming.
Ptolemy understood that people do not follow armies alone.
They follow stories, symbols, and legitimacy.
By controlling Alexander's tomb, he connected his dynasty directly to the conqueror's memory.
The coffin effectively became a political weapon. Perdiccas immediately recognized the danger. As regent, he understood that Ptolemy's control over the body threatened broader imperial unity and undermined his own authority. Determined to reassert control, Perdiccas launched a military campaign against Egypt. But the invasion became disastrous. Crossing the Nile proved catastrophic for his army. Soldiers drowned. Morale collapsed.
Internal tensions exploded. Eventually, Perdiccas was assassinated by his own officers during the failed campaign.
His death marked a turning point. Centralized imperial authority disintegrated further while regional kingdoms hardened into permanence. Egypt emerged stronger under Ptolemy precisely because Alexander's tomb anchored the regime symbolically. Meanwhile, the wider empire descended into decades of brutal warfare. Antigonus sought supremacy across Asia. Seleucus gradually established control over enormous eastern territories, eventually founding the Seleucid Empire. Lysimachus dominated parts of Thrace and Anatolia. Cassander seized Macedonia itself. Alliances shifted constantly. Former comrades betrayed one another repeatedly. Battles devastated entire regions as the successors struggled endlessly for dominance. Yet throughout all these conflicts, Alexander's image continued haunting every claimant to power. No successor could escape his shadow.
Each ruler attempted in different ways to present himself as inheritor of Alexander's greatness.
Coins displayed familiar imagery. Military campaigns deliberately echoed earlier conquests. Royal propaganda invoked Alexander's memory constantly because legitimacies still flowed from association with him. But none could truly replace him. That became the central tragedy of the successor era. Alexander's empire depended too heavily upon Alexander himself. His generals inherited territories, armies, and wealth, but not the unique charisma capable of holding everything together. The empire fragmented because no ordinary ruler could sustain the mythic authority Alexander possessed. Ironically, the dead conqueror became more politically powerful than many living kings. His coffin-shaped alliances, wars, dynasties, and imperial identity long after his death. And in many ways, the wars of the successors defined the entire Hellenistic age that followed. Alexander's empire never reunited.
Instead, rival kingdoms emerged across the eastern Mediterranean and Near East, blending Greek, Egyptian, Persian, and local traditions into a new interconnected cultural world.
The Ptolemies ruled Egypt from Alexandria. The Seleucids governed much of Asia. Macedonia remained contested among rival dynasties. Trade expanded. Greek language spread widely. Science, philosophy, and art flourished across Hellenistic civilization. Yet beneath this vibrant world lingered the ghost of Alexander himself. The conqueror remained the standard every ruler measured himself against and failed to equal. His body rested in Alexandria like a silent reminder that the age of true universal conquest had already passed. Ancient historians devoted astonishing detail to Alexander's funeral carriage. That fact alone reveals how extraordinary the structure must have appeared to those who witnessed it. Many ancient monuments vanished with little description preserved in surviving texts, yet writers repeatedly emphasized the magnificence of the vehicle transporting Alexander's body from Babylon. To contemporaries, this was not merely transportation for a dead king. It was one of the greatest ceremonial displays the ancient world had ever seen. The funeral carriage became a symbol of empire itself moving across the landscape. According to the historian Diodorus Siculus, the vehicle resembled a rolling temple covered in dazzling gold ornamentation and elaborate artistic decoration. Columns supported a richly designed canopy. Sculptures celebrated Alexander's military victories across Asia. Decorative reliefs depicted conquered nations and scenes of triumph. Images associated with divine kingship surrounded the structure, reinforcing the idea that Alexander had transcended ordinary mortality. Golden statues, military emblems, royal insignia, and celestial imagery transformed the carriage into something closer to sacred architecture than a conventional wagon. Bells attached to the structure reportedly chimed as it moved, creating an almost haunting atmosphere around the procession. The sound would have echoed across roads and cities long before the vehicle itself appeared, announcing the arrival of the dead conqueror like a ceremonial hymn of empire. Ancient observers must have experienced the procession as overwhelming spectacle. The scale alone bordered on unimaginable. The engineering required to construct and move such a monument was immense. Alexander's empire stretched across enormous distances, and transporting the coffin safely required careful planning on a level rarely attempted in antiquity. The carriage was so massive and ornate that roads reportedly needed widening and repair before the procession could advance. Bridges required strengthening to support the extraordinary weight. Entire routes had to be prepared in advance by engineers and laborers traveling ahead of the procession. This logistical effort demonstrated the enormous resources still mobilized in Alexander's name even after his death. Thousands of workers, soldiers, officials, and attendants likely participated in the operation. Teams of animals pulled the colossal structure slowly across the Near East while guards protected the sacred cargo from potential threats. The journey itself became a political performance visible to every city and region along the route. The carriage functioned as propaganda as much as funerary ritual. Every settlement witnessing the procession saw physical evidence of imperial magnificence. Gold glittered beneath sunlight. Military imagery celebrated victories stretching from Greece to India. The enormous scale communicated wealth, power, and authority beyond ordinary comprehension. Even in death, Alexander still dominated the landscape psychologically. The procession reminded conquered peoples that the ruler inside the coffin had once reshaped the known world through force of will and military genius. It reinforced the myth of Alexander as more than a mortal king. The spectacle transformed grief into political theater. In many ways, this funeral anticipated later imperial spectacles throughout history. Roman triumphs, medieval royal entries, elaborate coronations, state funerals, and modern military parades all operate through similar principles. Power becomes visible through ceremony, scale, symbolism, and controlled public display. Alexander's funeral procession demonstrated how rulers could continue projecting authority even after death.
The moving monument carried not only a corpse, but an entire political narrative.
It proclaimed continuity between conquest and memory.
The empire itself seemed to travel alongside the coffin.
Alexander's final journey became one last conquest of imagination. Crowds gathering beside roads witnessed something unprecedented, a dead ruler whose symbolic power appeared greater than that of many living kings. The spectacle transformed geography into theater. Cities became stages for imperial symbolism. Every mile reinforced the myth surrounding Alexander's name. And perhaps most remarkably, the procession achieved exactly what its organizers intended. More than 2,000 years later, historians still discuss it with fascination because the imagery remains so striking. Even in death, Alexander commanded attention across continents. Yet the true political genius surrounding the procession emerged when Ptolemy seized it. By intercepting the funeral carriage and redirecting Alexander's body toward Egypt, Ptolemy effectively hijacked all the symbolism attached to the procession for himself. The Golden Temple on wheels no longer traveled toward Macedonia. Instead, it advanced toward Alexandria. That single act transformed Egypt permanently. The imagery of empire, conquest, divine kingship, and legitimacy embedded within the funeral procession now strengthened Ptolemy's authority rather than his rivals. It was one of history's boldest political moves. Ptolemy recognized that symbols can become more powerful than armies. Whoever controlled Alexander's body controlled the emotional heart of the empire's memory. And by capturing the funeral procession itself, the greatest ceremonial display of the ancient world, Ptolemy seized not merely a coffin, but the mythology surrounding Alexander's legacy. The city of Alexandria became inseparable from Alexander's legacy almost from the moment it was founded. Unlike older Egyptian cities rooted deeply in ancient dynastic traditions stretching back thousands of years, Alexandria represented something entirely new in the ancient world. It was not built around old temples, ancestral royal tombs, or inherited sacred geography. Instead, it emerged as a deliberate vision of the future, a city designed to embody conquest, ambition, cultural fusion, and imperial scale. Alexandria symbolized the new world Alexander attempted to create through his campaigns. Cosmopolitan, international, intellectual, it stood at the crossroads of civilizations where Greek, Egyptian, Persian, African, and Asian influences merged into something unprecedented. Wide streets cut through carefully planned districts. Massive harbors welcomed ships arriving from across the Mediterranean and beyond. Merchants carried grain, papyrus, spices, ivory, wine, silk, gold, incense, and luxury goods through crowded marketplaces alive with dozens of languages. Greeks, Egyptians, Jews, Persians, Phoenicians, Syrians,
and many other peoples lived together inside the rapidly expanding metropolis. Alexandria became one of the first truly global cities of antiquity. Trade routes connected it simultaneously to Africa, Asia, and Europe, allowing wealth and ideas to circulate through the city continuously. Yet Alexandria was not merely commercial. It became intellectual as well. The famous Library of Alexandria and associated scholarly institutions transformed the city into the greatest center of learning in the ancient Mediterranean world. Scholars traveled enormous distances to study there. Texts from across civilizations were gathered, copied, translated, and preserved within its collections. Mathematicians, astronomers, physicians, philosophers, engineers, poets, and historians worked within Alexandria's intellectual environment, exchanging ideas across cultural boundaries in ways rarely possible before the Hellenistic age. Scientific and philosophical advances emerging from the city influenced human civilization for centuries afterward. Knowledge itself became part of Alexandria's identity. But at the center of all this intellectual brilliance and commercial activity stood something equally important: the tomb of Alexander. This created one of the most fascinating dynamics in the ancient world. Alexandria functioned simultaneously as a center of rational inquiry and a city organized around sacred political memory. The presence of Alexander's body transformed the entire urban environment psychologically. Scholars studying astronomy, geometry, medicine, or philosophy walked streets overshadowed by the dead conqueror's symbolic presence. Merchants arriving from distant ports encountered monuments celebrating imperial ambition and military glory. Diplomats negotiating alliances understood they stood in the city containing the remains of the man who reshaped the known world. Alexander's tomb infused Alexandria with emotional and political meaning beyond ordinary urban prestige. The city became both intellectual capital and ceremonial shrine. This dual identity helped make Alexandria unique among Mediterranean cities. Athens possessed philosophical tradition and cultural prestige, but not the body of a world conqueror. Rome eventually achieved unmatched political power, but its imperial mythology developed gradually over centuries. Ancient Egyptian cities possessed sacred history stretching deep into antiquity, yet they represented continuity with the distant past rather than the creation of a new global order. Alexandria alone united intellectual ambition, commercial wealth, cosmopolitan diversity, and the physical presence of Alexander himself within one monumental urban space. The Coffin helped transform Alexandria into more than a capital. It became the ceremonial heart of the Hellenistic world. Pilgrims, rulers, scholars, generals, and travelers journeyed there partly because they wished to stand near the conqueror's tomb. Roman emperors later visited specifically to honor Alexander. The mausoleum functioned almost like a political shrine where authority and historical greatness intersected physically. Possessing the conqueror's body elevated Alexandria's status enormously within the ancient imagination. The city did not merely preserve Alexander's memory, it embodied it architecturally and symbolically. The tomb may even have influenced urban identity psychologically among Alexandria's inhabitants themselves. Residents lived daily within a city founded by the greatest conqueror in history and containing his preserved remains. That connection reinforced the city's prestige constantly. Citizens of Alexandria could view themselves not simply as inhabitants of another Mediterranean port, but as participants in Alexander's ongoing legacy. The conqueror's presence shaped civic pride, cultural ambition, and political identity across generations. Even newcomers arriving from distant regions immediately encountered the overwhelming symbolism linking Alexandria to imperial greatness. In effect, the Coffin gave Alexandria a sacred historical gravity unlike any other Mediterranean city. It anchored the metropolis emotionally within world history.
The dead conqueror resting beneath the city transformed Alexandria into something more than stone streets, libraries, markets, and harbors.
It became a living monument to ambition, conquest, and cultural fusion.
And because Alexander's legacy continued expanding long after his death, Alexandria itself gained mythic status through association with the tomb.
The city and the coffin became inseparable symbols of the Hellenistic world, one representing intellectual and cultural achievement, the other embodying the eternal memory of the man who made that world possible.
Roman fascination with Alexander bordered on obsession. Few historical figures captivated the Roman imagination more completely than the young Macedonian conqueror who reshaped the known world centuries before Rome reached the height of its own imperial power. Roman leaders studied his campaigns, imitated his imagery, compared themselves against his achievements, and dreamed of surpassing him. Even as Rome expanded into the dominant Mediterranean superpower, Alexander remained the ultimate standard by which military greatness and imperial ambition were measured. To the Romans, he represented something extraordinary, a ruler who achieved near-mythical glory before reaching middle age. Many Roman statesmen and emperors saw themselves consciously as successors to Alexander's world-transforming vision. Julius Caesar admired him intensely. Ancient writers recount a famous story describing Caesar standing before a statue of Alexander while serving in Spain. Reflecting upon the conqueror's achievements at a similarly young age, Caesar reportedly wept. Alexander had already conquered vast territories and transformed history permanently before turning 33, while Caesar believed he himself had accomplished comparatively little.
Whether fully accurate or partly legendary, the story reveals how deeply Alexander's image haunted Roman ambition. Caesar did not merely respect Alexander. He measured himself against him psychologically. Pompey the Great displayed similar fascination. The Roman general styled aspects of his appearance after Alexander and cultivated comparisons between his own military career and the Macedonians' legendary conquests. Roman elites frequently associated themselves symbolically with Alexander because the conqueror embodied youthful brilliance, military genius, and limitless imperial possibility. Even Augustus, the first Roman emperor and one of history's most successful political rulers, traveled personally to Alexandria to visit Alexander's tomb after defeating Cleopatra and annexing Egypt into the Roman Empire. Ancient sources describe Augustus placing flowers upon the preserved body and crowning it with gold. The moment carried enormous symbolic weight. Rome had inherited much of the Hellenistic world Alexander helped create, and now its ruler stood physically before the conqueror whose shadow still stretched across history. Augustus reportedly showed little interest in viewing the tombs of the Ptolemaic rulers nearby, declaring instead that he came to see a king, not corpses. Alexander alone mattered. Even later emperors continued pursuing Alexander's legacy obsessively. Trajan, one of Rome's greatest military rulers, reportedly dreamed of Eastern conquest, inspired directly by Alexander's campaigns into Asia. Roman expansion eastward toward Parthia revived memories of Alexander constantly because his victories against Persia remained unmatched symbols of conquest. To Roman emperors, Alexander represented the dream of universal empire carried to its furthest limits.
Yet among all Roman rulers fascinated by Alexander, none became more consumed than Caracalla. His obsession bordered on psychological fixation. The emperor dressed deliberately in Macedonian fashion, attempting to resemble Alexander physically and symbolically. He organized troops modeled after Alexander's army and surrounded himself with imagery connected to the conqueror constantly.
Ancient historians describe Caracalla honoring Alexander repeatedly through ceremonies, military symbolism, and public displays of admiration.
Some accounts portray the emperor as almost losing himself within the fantasy of becoming Alexander reborn. Caracalla's behavior reveals how powerful Alexander's image remained even centuries after his death. The conqueror exerted psychological influence across generations of rulers who never saw him alive, yet still felt overshadowed by his legend. This fascination reveals something important about Alexander's deeper significance. He represented more than military success alone. History contains many victorious generals, but few inspire obsession on the scale Alexander achieved. Roman emperors ruled enormous territories spanning Europe, North Africa, and the Near East. Their armies dominated the Mediterranean world for centuries. Yet even these rulers viewed Alexander as uniquely extraordinary. He symbolized limitless possibility itself, the idea that one individual could transcend ordinary political boundaries and reshape civilization through sheer ambition and force of will. Alexander became the embodiment of human potential pushed toward mythic extremes. The Coffin amplified this mystique enormously. Visiting Alexander's tomb created an emotional experience unlike studying books or hearing stories. Roman emperors stood physically before the preserved body of the conqueror himself. Ancient accounts suggest Alexander's corpse remained visible for centuries within transparent or semi-transparent burial containers. The psychological impact must have been overwhelming. Seeing the face of the man who defeated Persia and conquered half the known world created the illusion that history itself remained accessible. The conqueror was dead, yet somehow still present. Time collapsed inside the tomb. Roman rulers could gaze directly upon the remains of the figure who inspired their own imperial dreams. The coffin transformed Alexander from distant legend into tangible reality. Yet the experience carried darker implications as well. Roman emperors standing before the coffin confronted both inspiration and warning simultaneously. Alexander achieved astonishing glory unmatched by most rulers in history. He conquered faster and farther than anyone before him. He reshaped civilizations and created an empire stretching across continents. But he also died young, exhausted by endless ambition before reaching old age. His empire fractured almost immediately after his death. Former allies descended into decades of brutal warfare. The universal empire he imagined dissolved into rival kingdoms ruled by competing generals. His ambitions remained unfinished forever. The coffin embodied both triumph and tragedy at once. Roman emperors looking upon Alexander's preserved body saw the greatest conqueror in history reduced ultimately to silence within a tomb. They witnessed the physical remains of a man who achieved near-divine glory, yet could not escape mortality. The dead conqueror represented ultimate success and ultimate failure simultaneously. He gained eternal fame, but lost the future he intended to build. Perhaps that contradiction explains why Roman rulers remained so fascinated by him. Alexander symbolized the seductive danger of limitless ambition. He proved how much one extraordinary individual could accomplish, and how fragile even the greatest achievements become before death and time.
The coffin preserved that paradox physically within the heart of Alexandria, allowing generation after generation of emperors to confront the ghost of Alexander face to face.
History remembers many tombs.
Across the ancient world and beyond, rulers built monumental burial places designed specifically to preserve memory and project permanence across generations. We know where Egyptian pharaohs were buried beneath pyramids and hidden chambers in the Valley of the Kings.
Archaeologists uncovered Roman imperial mausoleums rising above ancient roads and cities.
Medieval cathedrals still contain the remains of kings, queens, saints, and emperors beneath stone effigies and sacred altars. These burial places anchor historical figures firmly within geography.
They provide closure. Visitors can travel to those locations, stand before physical monuments, and confront the reality that even the most powerful rulers eventually became part of the past.
Tombs create endings. They transform extraordinary lives into completed historical narratives. But Alexander's disappearance changes everything. The absence of a known tomb altered how civilizations remembered him psychologically. A missing tomb invites myth in ways visible monuments rarely can. The unknown becomes fertile ground for imagination because uncertainty leaves space for endless reinterpretation. Once Alexander's burial vanished beneath history, the conqueror escaped the limitations imposed by ordinary mortality. No universally accepted resting place survived where people could quietly acknowledge his death and move on. Instead, generations inherited mystery. And mystery possesses extraordinary emotional power. Perhaps this explains why Alexander's legend survived so strongly across radically different cultures and historical eras. His story lacks finality. Most historical narratives eventually settle into stable forms. A ruler dies, is buried, and becomes part of documented history. Alexander's narrative refuses to close completely. Ancient writers described his tomb in detail. Roman emperors reportedly visited it. Pilgrims traveled to Alexandria seeking it, and then, suddenly, certainty dissolved. The transition from historical fact into uncertainty happened gradually enough that imagination filled the gaps naturally. Once no universally recognized grave existed, Alexander became psychologically uncontained. He no longer rested securely within a fixed historical location. Instead, he drifted into legend. This creates a strangely modern phenomenon surrounding Alexander compared to many ancient rulers. He feels unfinished, almost suspended outside ordinary historical closure. The mystery surrounding the missing coffin prevents the narrative from resolving completely. People continue searching for him because some part of human imagination resists accepting disappearance without explanation. The lost tomb creates the sense that Alexander still exists somewhere beyond reach, hidden beneath ruins, submerged beneath the sea, or waiting undiscovered beneath modern Alexandria. The conqueror remains physically absent, yet emotionally present. Few historical figures occupy that strange space so powerfully. The missing coffin reinforces the idea that Alexander belongs more to legend than mortality. A visible tomb reminds humanity that even great rulers become fragile remains beneath stone. The body imposes limits upon myth. It confirms death materially.
But absence works differently.
Without a universally accepted tomb, Alexander avoided complete transformation into merely another dead king of antiquity. Instead, he became adaptable. Every civilization encountering his story reshaped him according to its own values, fears, ambitions, and cultural needs. Because the artifact vanished, every era reinvented Alexander repeatedly. To some, he became the ultimate conqueror, whose military genius transcended ordinary human possibility.
To others, he appeared as a visionary attempting to unite civilizations into a larger, interconnected world. Certain traditions portrayed him as heroic explorer, journeying to the ends of the earth in search of wisdom and immortality. Other interpretations emphasized his destructive qualities, presenting him as tyrant, invader, or destroyer whose ambition unleashed chaos across nations.
Persian traditions remembered him both as devastating conqueror and legendary ruler. Medieval Europe transformed him into a model of chivalric kingship. Islamic traditions connected him to cosmic journeys and sacred narratives. Modern historians debate endlessly whether he should be understood primarily as civilizer or destroyer. The ambiguity surrounding his burial encouraged these reinventions because no fixed physical monument anchored interpretation permanently. The empty space where the coffin should be became filled with imagination instead. Humans instinctively project meaning into absence. Lost objects often acquire greater symbolic power than preserved ones precisely because mystery invites participation. People imagine possibilities, construct theories, and emotionally invest themselves within unanswered questions. Alexander's missing tomb became more than archaeological mystery. It evolved into symbolic emptiness capable of holding countless interpretations simultaneously. The conqueror's disappearance mirrors the complexity of his legacy itself. Alexander transformed civilizations, yet left no stable empire. He pursued immortality through conquest, yet died young. He connected cultures while unleashing immense violence. His achievements remain undeniable, yet their meaning remains contested. The lost coffin reflects all these contradictions perfectly. A discovered tomb might eventually settle debates historically. A missing tomb preserves ambiguity forever. And perhaps that is why Alexander continues haunting global imagination more powerfully than many rulers whose graves remain clearly marked. The absence keeps the story alive. No final resting place exists where humanity can symbolically place flowers, acknowledge completion, and leave the conqueror behind within history. Instead, the mystery remains permanently open. Every generation inherits the search anew. Archaeologists dig beneath Alexandria. Historians reinterpret ancient texts. Storytellers reinvent Alexander through novels, films, and legends. The missing coffin ensures that the conqueror never fully belongs to the past. He remains suspended between history and myth, mortality and immortality, absence and presence. And in that unresolved space, Alexander became eternal.
Alexander feared obscurity. Nearly every surviving account of his life suggests an overwhelming desire, not simply to rule, conquer, or accumulate wealth, but to achieve something far greater and more difficult: eternal remembrance. From childhood onward, Alexander appears to have viewed existence through the lens of heroic destiny. He did not want to become merely another successful king whose reign would eventually fade into the endless sequence of history. He wanted immortality through memory.
The stories surrounding his actions repeatedly reveal this obsession with lasting glory. He pursued campaigns many considered impossible, marching armies across deserts, mountains, and unfamiliar continents despite enormous risks. He founded cities bearing his own name across the territories he conquered, leaving permanent marks upon geography itself. He encouraged comparisons between himself and legendary heroes like Achilles and Heracles. He embraced divine symbolism and sought recognition not merely as a ruler, but as a figure standing somewhere between humanity and godhood. Even his visit to the oracle at Siwa in Egypt reflected this deeper ambition. Alexander wanted more than political authority. He wanted transcendence. He wanted future generations to remember him long after death erased ordinary kings. And in a remarkable way, he succeeded beyond almost any other individual in history. More than 2,000 years later, Alexander's name remains universally recognized across cultures, languages, and civilizations. Entire empires rose and vanished after his death, yet the conqueror himself survived within human memory. Few human beings achieve that level of historical permanence. Countless rulers once controlled enormous territories, commanded vast armies, and accumulated unimaginable wealth, yet their names disappeared into obscurity within centuries or even decades. Alexander endured. Children still learn about him in schools. Military academies continue studying his campaigns. Historians debate his ambitions and personality endlessly. Novelists, filmmakers, philosophers, archaeologists, and political leaders repeatedly return to his story, searching for meaning. He remains psychologically alive within global culture in ways almost unmatched by ancient figures. Ironically, the mystery surrounding his coffin may have strengthened that immortality rather than diminished it. Had Alexander's tomb remained intact, fully documented, and continuously accessible through history, it might eventually have become merely another archaeological site. Important? Certainly. Revered? Perhaps. But ultimately finite. Visitors would travel there, observe the monument, absorb the historical information, and leave with a sense of closure. The conqueror would rest securely within the past, anchored permanently to one physical location. His death would feel complete. The visible tomb might have reduced the imaginative space surrounding him by making the narrative too concrete, too settled, too historically contained. Instead, disappearance transformed the coffin into legend. Once the tomb vanished beneath time, war, earthquakes, and urban transformation, Alexander escaped ordinary historical boundaries. The missing artifact became something larger than archaeology. It evolved into mystery, and legends endure differently from facts. Facts remain fixed. They preserve information, but they rarely inspire endless reinvention. Legends operate differently. They evolve continuously across generations. They adapt to new cultures, fears, ambitions, and desires. They spread organically through imagination rather than documentation alone. Alexander's missing coffin became fertile ground for myth precisely because it could never be fully explained or resolved. Every era projected new meanings onto the absence. Ancient Romans viewed Alexander as the ultimate conqueror. Medieval traditions transformed him into explorer, philosopher, and semi-mythical hero. Modern audiences interpret him alternately as visionary, tyrant, empire builder, destroyer, or cultural revolutionary. The missing tomb allowed all these reinventions to coexist because no definitive physical reality constrained interpretation permanently. Alexander's coffin became more than an object buried somewhere beneath history.
It became an enduring symbol of humanity's fascination with power, glory, ambition, and mortality itself.
The artifact represented the dream that extraordinary achievement might somehow overcome death through memory.
The conqueror's vanished burial embodied the tension between human fragility and humanity's desperate longing for permanence.
Alexander died young. His empire fractured almost immediately, and his body disappeared into uncertainty. Yet somehow his influence survived across millennia. That contradiction fascinated civilizations repeatedly because it reflected something universal about human ambition.
People seek significance beyond the limits of ordinary life.
Alexander appeared to achieve exactly that. The coffin, therefore, symbolized more than royal burial. It represented the possibility that greatness could outlive physical destruction entirely.
In the end, perhaps that is why the artifact altered empires forever.
Not because of what it physically contained. Gold, crystal, jewels, and preserved remains alone cannot explain why rulers obsessed over it for centuries. The deeper power came from meaning rather than material. Generations of emperors, generals, scholars, priests, explorers, archaeologists, and dreamers projected their hopes onto Alexander's coffin. Ptolemy used it to legitimize a dynasty.
Roman emperors sought inspiration from it.
Medieval storytellers transformed it into mythic mystery.
Modern historians continue searching for it because the unanswered question still exerts emotional gravity across centuries.
The coffin carried the idea that greatness could transcend death. That one individual might reshape civilization so completely that even disappearance could not erase memory. And empires have always been built upon ideas as much as armies. Symbols inspire loyalty. Myths sustain political power. Legends shape cultural identity across generations. Alexander understood that instinctively during life, cultivating heroic imagery around himself at every stage of conquest. After death, the missing coffin preserved that mythology more effectively than any visible monument ever could. The conqueror vanished physically, yet became eternal psychologically. And perhaps that was the final victory Alexander always wanted most.
Night falls over Alexandria. The sea moves quietly against the ancient harbor, while modern lights glow above buried centuries of history. Beneath crowded streets and dark water, fragments of the lost world may still remain. Broken statues, collapsed corridors, forgotten temples, and perhaps somewhere in the darkness, the missing tomb of Alexander the Great.
Alexander spent his life chasing immortality. He crossed deserts, shattered empires, and founded cities that carried his name across continents. Yet, in the end, it may not have been conquest alone that made him eternal. It was mystery. His empire vanished. His generals turned against one another. His monuments crumbled beneath time. But the search for Alexander never ended. For more than 2,000 years, rulers, archaeologists, scholars, and dreamers have searched for the coffin of the conqueror who changed the world before the age of 33. And perhaps that is the true power of Alexander's lost tomb. Not gold, not treasure, not even the body itself. The coffin became a symbol of humanity's endless fascination with glory, ambition, and the desire to be remembered forever. Somewhere beneath Alexandria, history may still be waiting in silence.